Check 1 2 1 2.
Dave, are we live? All right, thank you. Good evening and welcome to this March 19th, 2025 meeting of the Board of Supervisors. Can't hear me, all right. Please stand if you can and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, we'll start with a roll call. Supervisor Lewis. Present. Supervisor McCartney.
Present.
Yes, it is.
How about now? Check, check, check. Is this thing on? Volume, please.
Dave, can you hear me back there?
Hello, hello. Is that better?
He's coming out.
All right.
Not me.
How about me?
Hello?
Hello, hello?
Want my mic, Dan?
Sure. How about that one on the end that's not in use?
Does this work?
Okay, take. Here,
Try
take
again,
mine.
Dan.
Okay.
Would you please turn on the air conditioning?
Testing. How's that? All right. Thumbs up. So I'll start the roll call over so you can hear who's here. Supervisor Lewis.
Here.
Supervisor McCartney.
Present.
Supervisor Ross.
Here.
Supervisor Blundy.
Here.
And I am Supervisor Grenier. Community announcements, item number 4. Reminder, during this portion of the agenda, residents and youth organizations may call in to make a special announcement or contact the township at admin@lmt.org to request a special announcement be added to the agenda. The Yardley Farmers Market will be at the Community Center the first and third Saturdays of every month until April 25th from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. Lower Makefield Township will be hosting another blood drive for the Red Cross on Friday, March 28th, 2025, from noon to 5 p.m. in the meeting room right here, Township Building. To sign up or get more information, log on to redcrossblood.org and enter sponsor code Lower Makefield, all one word, no spaces, capital L, capital M. The Environmental Advisory Council will be hosting a rain garden lecture presented by Jeff Gall on Saturday, April 12th, 2025, from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. at the Township Building, right here again. For more information or to view the flyer, you can check out the Township calendar on our website at lmt.org. Changed the sound again, didn't it? Testing, there we go. And no feedback. Let's see. The Environmental Advisory Council, along with Birdtown, Pennsylvania, are hosting an Ark in the Park event on Saturday, May 3rd, 2025, from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. at Memorial Park. For more information or to view the flyer, you can check out the Township calendar on our website at lmt.org. EAC is busy this month. The Environmental Advisory Council is hosting their Styrofoam collection event on Saturday, May 17th from 10 a.m. to noon at the Township Building, again right here. Along with your clean white Styrofoam, you can also bring natural corks, clean pill bottles with tops and batteries. If you have any questions, again, you can check out the calendar on our website at lmt.org or reach out to the Township at admin@lmt.org. Any other supervisors have announcements of any kind to make? All right. Item number 5 is public comment on non-agenda items. So if you have public comment on anything that's not on the agenda, please feel free to come up to the microphone here. State your name and whether or not you live in Lower Makefield Township. We try to, please keep your comments to 3 minutes, and if there's an issue that we need to follow up with, we can refer you to our township manager.
Robert Abrams, Teach Drive. Every year, I donate me and my 66 Lincoln convertible to the Veterans Day Parade. And it's fine. I enjoy it, and the veteran.
Oh, they're having a hard time hearing you, Mr.
I
Abrams.
enjoy it, and the veterans deserve it.
Well, hold on, he's going to help you out.
There we go. All right. Robert Abrams, Teach Drive. Every year I donate me and my 66 Lincoln convertible to the Veterans Parade. I enjoy it. and I believe the veterans deserve my efforts. And if I don't hand in your form, I get an email. And if I'm busy and I don't hand in your form, I get another email. And then another one, until I finally get frustrated and send it back to you. You got something, number 11, on the agenda tonight that probably affects, if not everyone, almost everyone behind me. Okay? Every one of you should know, and Mr. Kratzner, you do know, because I gave you my card. I am 45 years in the waste industry. Solid, hazardous, biomedical, pharmaceutical incineration, permits, DEA and FDA programs. And don't you think that I didn't get a phone call to participate in the trash contract? By convenience, because the last time you tried this, I shot it down. You provided nothing here to the community to be able, through the Sunshine Act, to even consider what's going on here or comment on it. Now, this obviously to me at this point, number one, I'm insulted. I'm a resident of this district in December, 41 years I'm paying taxes here. That I don't get the courtesy of a phone call? With that kind of experience, I ran my own successful business over 35 years. What this is telling me is this is another hustle. It's another political game for fees and contributions to the puppet master.
Mayor.
This has got to stop here. Dan, you're in the environmental business. You know what I did for a living.
So are you asking to participate in any future RFPs, if there are any?
No. I'm in the process of fully retiring at this point. Okay. But the fact that I didn't participate in being a member of the community in this decision or was not informed that it was even being discussed is insulting to me and should be insulting to every other community member that has any kind of environmental background.
So, just so you're, and technically you're speaking on an agenda item, but I'll let you.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, please, let me respond, okay? For everyone here, obviously most people here tonight are here for the same thing. There will be no decisions made tonight. This is purely a presentation that's being made at the request of the EAC. They've asked to present this to the Board of Supervisors. I believe they did it many years ago, as you referenced, right? We've never seen the presentation. We don't know exactly what they're going to present, okay? But we're listening to them. We'll welcome your public comment at the time. And then at the same time, note that the EAC has been meeting about this. I'm not the liaison of the EAC, but they've had monthly public meetings for about a year, maybe a little more, where this has been discussed. Tonight is the first time that the board's seen it. I'm glad everyone's here. And if anything does move forward on this at all, there's going to be a heck of a lot more meetings to come in and talk about it and be part of the process, whatever that may be.
But nobody knew about me, and nobody knew that I've negotiated contracts for my personal business with every one of the major trash haulers. That's a joke. Okay, Dan? Get people in this community who are experienced and professional and have them participate in the decision-making process for the community. That's how the community thrives. What you're doing is the community probably can't even survive. Okay. And I will keep the rest of my public comment for item number 11. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Yeah. Hey, Mr. Borda.
Larry Borda, Lower Makefield. I just want to make a request, since I think the majority of these people are here for item number 11. Instead of making them wait until like 9 or 10 o'clock tonight, can we move it up on the agenda?
So, all right. So we won't be moving it on the agenda. However, the few items that we do have a very quick presentation to our Environmental Stewardship Award winners, which are some well-deserving high school students. That would be nice if you all could cheer them on. And then our consent agenda items, which is item 8, we're not going over every one of those items. That's something that we vote on en masse. So there's really only a couple items ahead of this that will move forward. And I believe item 7 is no longer on the agenda, is what you just told us?
That is correct, yes.
Things are going to move very quickly before we get to item 11, but I appreciate your point.
My name is Rob Ottenheimer. I've lived in the township for 36 years, since 1989. Not talking about number 11, but since we have an environmental action committee.
Advisory committee, but yes.
What I'd like to know is what are they thinking and doing about the proposed Newtown Township waste treatment plant? Because that seems like a very good place for them to spend some time and energy.
So again, I'm not the liaison to that committee, sorry. My understanding is that that plan has been at least put on hold, from what I've read. Mr. Lewis, I know you're the liaison, if you have any other specifics.
Pardon me, it was briefly touched on in our last meeting, but it isn't something where the AC has formally intervened at all in an action that's actually outside the township. But many of the folks have been following up on it.
So if it's outside the township, however, we are still within 1 or 2 miles or less, living in Yardley Run, for instance, off of Lindenhurst Road, there are many people affected by the potential. And as you know, things that don't get straightened out in a meeting such as this, all of a sudden show up later on. So I don't believe I've seen anything that says it's been put on hold, forgotten about, or it's going to be put back to sleep like this trash plan was from 2008. But my point is, if you're the liaison, I would hope that you would follow up and share that information for township residents. Because unfortunately, we've all noticed, and I was cleaning up some paperwork in my office the other day, and I noticed that my sewer bill is now on a monthly basis what it used to be on a quarterly basis.
I voted no.
I'm sorry?
I voted no.
Well, my point is, it used to be, once a quarter or whatever, and then it became monthly, and this is about 5 or 6 years ago, maybe longer, who knows, we're all busy, but it seems like things are happening when we're not looking, and that's unfortunate. Thank you.
I don't know if this is, gospel, but there is a published article that Newtown Municipal Authority has stopped plans on that plant. To your point, it could come back again, but as of now, according to the news anyway, it's gone, it's done.
Where was that published?
I just Googled WHYY.
Oh, what do they know?
I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Firefox. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Tom Tracy. I live on South Esther Lane, right off of Big Oak, and I'm here to I'm here to listen to number 11, but I'm also here in public comment to find out what your thoughts are and what the progress is on the percentage of trees that have been cut down on that subdivision that's being built. I remember that it was a 3-2 verdict to go with that subdivision.
I mean, is that the 1101 subdivision?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, I just
I believe,
wanted
I know you
wasn't-
voted against
I
it
did,
as being an arborist. So right now, we've had one of my neighbors had someone out to take a look at the percentage of trees that have been cut down. It's a disaster, okay? I'm not being dramatic, I'm speaking what the facts are. I don't know if the net number, including the 30% or 25% of the trees, were supposed to be with the ones that are going to be planted. And all I can say that if there's a lot, there's going to be a heck of a lot of them to be planted if that's the cadence forward.
Okay. Mr. Kratzer, is that something we could have code enforcement take a look at?
We can absolutely look into that matter, yes. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate the heads up.
Appreciate that.
Anyone? Oh, okay.
Good evening. My name is Albert Hayes. I've been a resident of Lower Makefield since '83. My question is there any work or any progress being made to provide mobile telephone service to the community at large? I live in the Oxford Glen area. I've been over in the that park, that development where they have all the offices across from Tanglewood. There's no cell phone service. I know it's been on the agenda in and out for years. So I am asking if there's any work being done on that? And
There-
if there's anything
Sure.
to report?
There have been a couple of proposals over the last handful of years, I guess, for different cell towers in slightly different locations. The ones that I'm familiar with over my time here have not gone through. We do have zoning for cell towers over in the general area around Coles. We haven't seen any proposals there yet. I don't know, Mr. Kratzer, if we've heard of anything new recently?
Nothing new recently. I think you had some correspondence with counsel for Verizon, but I have not heard anything from them.
Telephonic, a couple of phone calls, but he never returns calls. Once he will call me, I'll call him 3 times, and I have not heard from him probably since October of last year. And the messages are nothing definitive or detailed.
Has this
yeah.
board reached out to any other companies such as Consumer Cellular or Boost or someone else who could possibly provide some towers or something to provide connectivity?
Sure. So I'll add something else that Supervisor Lewis reminded me. Just recently, because of state law changes, we updated our, what was the name of that ordinance?
Yeah, it was a wireless facilities ordinance.
Wireless facilities ordinance. And that's just how they can be constructed, and it incorporates 5G and new technology coming in.
I'll take 3G.
I appreciate that. But no, oh, ma'am, please do not speak out in the crowd. We have someone who takes meeting minutes, and I'll say this generally. We do have people taking meeting minutes that watch at home, and they cannot hear you at all unless you're at the microphone, no matter how loud you are. That just doesn't pick you up on their microphone. And also, at the same time, it also interrupts the speaker. So I'd ask that please, you all have opportunity to comment if you'd like, but please do so at the microphone. Sorry to interrupt you, sir.
That's quite all right. No, actually, it's good to hear something's happening, but I would like to, if you could try to publish something in your meeting minutes, even if there's nothing happening or if you're waiting on something to happen. There was a time when we lost Verizon, the wire service. I had no telephone service at all, even though I have cell phones and I have a landline. It just seems, I mean, as if I'm living up in out in the country in Pennsylvania, not here, metropolitan of Philadelphia,
Understood.
So, thank you.
Yeah, appreciate it. Any other public comment? Anyone online for public comment or on the phone?
Not for general public comment.
All right, thanks, Dave. All right. That means we'll move on to item number 6, and this is the 2024 Environmental Stewardship Award, which will be presented to PENNSBURY High School Key Club, the Environmental Club, and the UNICEF Club.
Mr. Chair, if I may, just for a moment,
please.
I did receive a message that there is a silver Honda in the parking lot that has its lights on, and so I'm just making whoever that may be aware of that.
So I invite any members of those PENNSBURY clubs to please come up while I read this, and then we'll do a brief presentation of a plaque that we gave here. All right. Tonight, I have the distinct pleasure to present the 2024 Environmental Stewardship Award. The winners of the 2024 Environmental Stewardship Award are the PENNSBURY High School Key Club, Environmental Club, and the UNICEF Club. If the winners are nonprofit, as is the case here, the award comes with a $1,000 stipend. The members of these clubs have embarked on an ongoing project involving the collection, cleaning, packaging, and distribution of used pill bottles to developing countries around the world that lack basic medical supplies. To date, thousands of pill bottles have been sent abroad, and as a bonus feature, teachers have set up an ongoing pill bottle collection drive, ensuring a long-term commitment. The young adults who are participating in this project have come to realize at an early age that we are all in this together, and sharing and caring for others can enrich us for the rest of our lives. As parents, educators, and members of the community, we are justifiably proud of all of you, and thank you for your kindness in helping others not as fortunate as yourselves. Also, it should be noted that, and I apologize if I mispronounced your name, but please correct me, that Naima Doraiswamy, all right, A senior at PENNSBURY High School, was the catalyst in getting this project up and running, first in the Key Club, and then branching out to the environmental and UNICEF clubs. That being the case, we felt it was appropriate to have prepared a special congratulatory letter for Naima to recognize her significant contribution. At this time, if you come up and I will present this.
Before we end, get a microphone. Okay. All right, before the ceremony is finished, I just want to read what's on the plaque. Lower Makefield Township 2024 Environmental Stewardship Award presented to the members of the PENNSBURY High School Environmental Club, Key Club, and the UNICEF Club for their significant contribution in recycling thousands of pill bottles for use in developing countries around the world. The Lower Makefield Township Environmental Advisory Council, and they all deserve a real round of applause.
Good?
The check, you had given the check as well? Is that?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I wouldn't forget that. All right, that's item number 6. Those are always fun to do. Item number 7, as I mentioned previously, is no longer going to be on the agenda tonight. I believe that's going to be moved to April 2nd. Is that what you told us?
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
Item number 8, listed as consent agenda items. There are several items on here that are on the consent agenda. If any member of the board would like to pull these off the consent agenda and have specific discussion, we can do so now. Anyone from the board want to move anything? Hearing none, I'll also give any member of the public the opportunity to ask for removal of something from the consent agenda for public discussion. All right, hearing none. Anyone want to make a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Get a motion and a second? I'll call it the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Item number 9 is community development. It's the consideration of the Howie lot line change plan, file number 697.
Yeah, Mr. Majewski should be joining us remotely. Jim, are you there?
Yes, I am. Good evening. You have before you the Howie lot line change plan. This is a lot line change to take 1.165 acres of land from one piece of property at 1566 Woodside Road and transfer it over to the property at 1515 Rolling Green Road. The Planning Commission reviewed this at several meetings, and they made the recommendation that the Board of Supervisors approve the lot line change in granting the waivers requested by Mr. Howie in his letter dated March 10th, 2025, subject to the provision that the shed, which is non-conforming, be removed from the Williams property in 120 days or prior to the close of the sale of that property, whichever date is sooner, and that the township's code enforcement officer shall inspect the property for compliance with that provision. And if you look at the screen, basically the lot line is here close to the house at 1515 Rolling Green Road. They're going to take that line and shift it over a little bit so that now the property directly to the side of the house at 1515 Rolling Green Road becomes part of that lot. And the shed in question is the one that's right near the property line.
Is anyone representing the applicant tonight, or is this just being presented by Mr. Majewski?
Well, if you want, we could have them come in and give a presentation, but it's pretty straightforward, I think.
Yeah. I'll take that. Before we open it up to discussion, anyone want to make a motion on this one?
So moved.
We get a motion. Anyone want a second?
Second.
All right. Building on what Mr. Majewski said, that was discussed at the Planning Commission at their last meeting, I'm the liaison of the Planning Commission. The one issue that was discussed, I believe the ultimate recommendation was the 120 days, was when and in what time period should that shed, there's apparently something like an 80-year-old shed that's falling down, as it was described, when that should be removed as part of this process. There were some members that thought it might be removed immediately, so it was a clean application and clean final decision, or giving some time up to 120 days to have it removed. So I'll just add that to the discussion, as that was a primary focus last time. Does anyone have any thoughts on that, or just move ahead? All right. So we got a motion and a second. Any public comment? Anyone online? All right. Anyone online?
Just a quick question about the 120 days. It was 120 days, or if it's sold, whichever came first. Was that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And is that atypical for lot line changes?
I think the concern was that they didn't want the shed issue to linger out there indefinitely. The property owner, Michelle Williams, would like to keep that shed at least through the summer because it has some implements that she uses to help maintain the property. But she's hoping to have the property either sold by that time, or her summer gardening will be over within that 120 days, at which time they'll remove the shed.
From a title question, I mean, none of that stuff gets filed at county, so it's not like a title agent would be able to pick up on that if it didn't meet the requirement, right?
That is correct, and that was discussed at the Planning Commission, that we would really have to be vigilant about, keeping an eye on it to make sure that, we would have notice because of the requirement of when the property is sold, the township would be put on notice about that. So, again, the township would have to be vigilant in looking at the property and make sure that the shed was removed.
Jim, historically with these lot line changes, do you allow other property to remain during that process and then follow up at some point with an inspection to make sure that it's I mean, has it happened before? Is there history of this occurring this way before, or is this kind of just a special?
Well, not specifically for a lot line change, but for other subdivisions, minor subdivisions, we've had notes in the plan saying shed to be removed, and then it's just up to the township to ultimately verify that that work ultimately is completed.
And do we have jurisdiction to do that if we allow for the lot line change without?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
If it remains, it's non-compliant and must be removed or relocated.
Cool.
And when you said the township will be notified, that's the required move-in permit?
Correct, that's what I was trying to get at. Thank
Yeah.
you. Yes, the move-in permit would trigger notice to the township to be able to look at the property to make sure that it was removed.
Okay. You good, Jim?
Yeah, that was it.
Cool. All right. Got a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Item number 10 is the engineer's report. We had the engineer's report in our packet. Do any supervisors have any questions about any of the items on the engineer's report? All right. That being said, I will close item 10. I told you 11 would come up quickly. So we're looking out for you. So with that, I'll invite the members of the EAC who are making this presentation this evening. I believe we have one member who's remote tonight presenting?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So we
Yes, Alan Dresser, our vice chair, will be offering the report via Zoom.
Okay. So
Cheryl?
let's make sure we can get Mr. Dresser set up on the screen here. Dave, do you have him in the room?
You'll have to give us a minute or two to set up. Dave's going to be here with the
That's
computer in a second.
I can't sing, so I can't give you any hold music, but, well, with that, I guess, as they're setting up, did you want to do an intro to this at all, or just let them go? Okay. I'll probably say that. Alan, are you online?
Yeah.
Alan, are you with us?
Yeah, we just want to make sure you're on. So online, we have Mr. Alan Dresser, who's been a member of the EAC for many, many years. I believe he's going to be doing a good chunk of the presentation, the PowerPoint here, and then I'll let you all introduce yourself to the group.
All right. All right, thank you, Dan. My name is Jim Bray, and I am the current chair of the Lower Makefield Township Environmental Commission. Sitting next to me is Cheryl Coffey, a new EAC member. Cheryl is going to be a vital addition to our commission because she has a great deal of experience in the waste industry, so we're going to be keeping her busy, I think, for a little while. Tonight, the EAC is going to present a report on the single trash hauler concept and the environmental and monetary benefits that are possible under that system. This is not the first time the EAC has discussed the use of a single hauler in Lower Makefield Township. Back in early 2009, a presentation was made to the BOS. However, a third-party lobbyist who had a financial stake in keeping things as they were sabotaged the presentation, and that was the end of discussing the concept until now. I might add, back at that time.
All right, please, I understand people are very interested in this topic. I'll repeat, please do not comment while others are speaking. You will be given many opportunities to speak, not only tonight, but probably in the future. And when it does come time for public comment, let me back up. Process will go by tonight, typical for these meetings. I know a lot of people probably haven't been to meetings before, so I'll just review it. The EAC will present. The board will ask questions, have a back and forth a little bit, and then I'll open it up for public comment, and we'll do just like we did at the open public comment where you come up, state your name, whether or not you live in the township, and we'll give you time to comment. That'll just be the process. I ask that everyone be respectful to everyone here. Again, this is the first time we've all heard this. There's going to be some new information presented, I believe. But we also want to get data from everyone here, too, to feed into this, because this is my personal viewpoint, 1 of 5. This is a data-driven discussion. I want to hear what the data is and see where we go from here, if anywhere, right? So I ask that you allow the EAC to present. Please don't speak over them. Please don't yell anything out. If you dispute anything they're saying, you will be given an opportunity to dispute that at public comment. That's why we're here. But now I'll ask that I'll turn it back over to you, Mr. Bray, so you can finish. But keep going.
All right, thank you, Dan. Back in 2009, However, I might add that at that time, 50% of the people in Bucks County were covered by a single trash hauler. In addition, today I received a letter from a resident named Mark Lind, who's an attorney, and he did a very sophisticated 4-page analysis of the benefits associated to the single trash hauler concept. And this was referenced with various studies. And according to Mark Lind, currently in the United States, over 70% of the people are covered by either a single trash hauler or a municipal arrangement. So again, this is a time-tested concept. It's nothing new. In 2024, the then BOS chair, John Lewis, requested that the EAC look again into the single trash hauler concept, come up with some different approaches, and make a recommendation to the board. The reason the supervisors requested that the EAC look into this concept again is that they were concerned about the impact on our roads and air quality from having up to 14 truck trips on our roads each week. Let me repeat that, up to 14 truck trips on our roads each week. Also, the supervisors had received concerns about service quality from missed pickups to debris left on the street. I think we have prepared a well-thought-out report that should help guide the supervisors in making a decision that they feel is in the best interest of all the Lower Makefield Township residents. Alan Dresser, the EAC Vice Chair, will now begin the presentation. And to ensure continuity, please hold all questions and comments till the presentation is finished. Thank all of you for your attention. And Alan, the floor is now yours.
All right. Thank you, Jim. In response to the supervisor's request, the EAC drafted a report entitled Options for Trash Collection in Lower Makefield Township. The following PowerPoint slides are a summary of this report. All right. All residents in LMT are required to have trash and recycling collection. The current practice is called individual subscription. The resident must arrange for and manage their trash service at their home. We currently have 2 trash haulers, Waste Management, McCullough, and Casella, which was formerly known as Whitetail. The prices they charge are listed. And I should know the higher prices listed for each reflect either twice a week trash pickup or the people having 2 trash carts instead of 1. For additional information, approximately 9,000 households in the township have individual subscription. And another 2,000 residents live in neighborhoods, condos, or apartment complexes that have their own trash and recycling collection contract. They are not using the individual subscription method. Next slide. Okay, the report looked at 4 other collection options. One was township owned and operated collection. Second was township contracted collection. Third was zone township contracted collection. And the last was individual subscription with township negotiated price. And I will briefly go through each of these 4. Okay, the township owned and operated collection is a common method used in large cities and municipalities such as Philadelphia, Harrisburg, and Trenton. It is generally not used in smaller municipalities. Among the issues are significant initial capital costs for the trash trucks you need to purchase. They run about $300,000 each, and I'm no expert, but I'm thinking LMT would probably need at least 4 trucks to do the whole township. Ongoing costs include the hiring and paying of additional workers to operate the trucks. Township workers would have to manage the program. There would be truck maintenance, which apparently runs about $20,000 per year per truck. So that's a lot of money. And then you'd have to pay for the disposal fees of the trash and recycling material. Another option we looked at is township contracted collection. With this option, the township contracts with one private waste hauler for all collection services. It's done through a competitive bid process, and a hauler is selected. And contracts usually run from 3 to 5 years. And because of this, you tend to have pricing stability because the price can't change over that time. After the contract ends, there is another competitive bid process for the next contract. And all haulers can bid on that contract, so one hauler is not locked in forever. Due to the labor, fuel, collection efficiencies, this option is common in higher population density areas. And the billing is usually through the resident's annual property tax. And because the township is a sole source of the hauler's money, it has a great deal of influence on the quality of service they are providing to the township. All right, this table summarizes the details of 5 neighboring municipalities that do have contracted collection. You can see the table lists the municipality, the hauler, the annual cost, and the pickups per week of the various materials. And I should note in the Middletown Township row that $401 that says current, that's actually for 2024. That's when I did the table, and now it's gone up to $476 because they have a 5-year contract that runs through 2029. And in this table, you'll note some additional services provided most residents with contracted collection. And that specifically is curbside pickup of leaf and yard waste and bulk items. Currently in LMT, there is no curbside pickup of leaf and yard waste by the haulers. Also, the pickup of bulk items usually involves calling the hauler and arranging for the pickup. It is not done on specific dates. And I also should note that when I was collecting data for this table, I contacted each of the municipalities about their contracted trash collection. And all were positive in their opinion of contracted trash collection. I mean, data from Bucks County shows that all 5 of these municipalities have used contracted trash collection for at least the last 25 years. Based on that fact alone, it's reasonable to assume that most residents are happy with it. I mean, you can't assume all of them are, but you'd have to say most of them are. Otherwise, there'd be a real movement to change it, and there hasn't been. Next slide. Okay, this is zone township contracted collection. This is very similar to the previous option, but the township is split into 2 or 3 zones. Each zone would have its own contract, allowing different companies to compete. There are potentially some complexities. You might have different prices and different services in each zone, but that might be able to be worked out. So that's a viable option. All right, last option, township negotiated price with each hauler. The township would require all haulers to give price guarantees for a specific period and a level of service. I guess the township has done this recently with the sewer line inspectors. I wonder whether the haulers would agree to this and whether they would legally have to. That would be a question I had.
Alan, if I could interrupt you for 1 second, what he's referencing from the sewer line inspector has nothing to do with our sewer system. We had to pass an ordinance because of the DEP that mandates that when you sell your home, you have to have a sewer line inspection of the line that's on your property before the sale is final. Because that's an issue and not everyone knows how to find a plumber or someone else who can do that for them, the township negotiated rates with some providers, not mandating that you use them, but it's a service that we were able to negotiate a low rate so that if someone wanted to use that particular service provider, they could get a guaranteed rate that was consistent. So that's that's a very different thing, but it's the closest comparison to what he's talking about. That's what we're talking about here. Nothing to do with the sewer sale. Continue, Alan, please.
Okay. This option lacks most of the environmental and township financial advantages with contracted hauling that we'll be discussing a little bit later. And I also could find no examples of the use of this method in municipalities in the area. All right. After evaluating the current system and the 4 possible options, we're recommending township contracted collection. It could either be for the entire township, which would be the simplest, or you could do the zone contracts. We suggest the contract include once a week pickup of trash, recycling, and yard and leaf waste. And then there'll be service level and price guarantees in the contract. There should be automatic collection of the trash and recyclables, which is pretty much being done now. Those are those wheeled carts we all use. Billing would be through the home's annual property tax. We recommend monthly curbside collection of bulk waste on designated days and include trash and recycling collection at all township parks and buildings. All right, why did we make this recommendation? Because it's a change. Change is always hard, but we have reasons. And one reason is advantages to the environment. With far fewer trucks on the roads, there'll be reduced traffic congestion, noise, and greater safety. There'll be less use of fuel and therefore fewer air pollutant emissions such as diesel particulates, nitrogen oxides, and greenhouse gases. Trash trucks are really inefficient. Most get only 3 to 4 miles per gallon of diesel. So they do emit a lot of pollutants, a lot of stopping and starting, and that adds to that. There'd be greater composting of residential yard and leaf waste with the curbside pickup. Both state law and the township ordinance require leaf waste be collected separately from the trash and composted. It's probably not be a shock to you, but without curbside collection, you get a lot of this going on in the township. Yard waste being put in the trash and being taken to the landfill instead of composted. All right, some advantages to the residents with this option. With a 3 to 5 year contract, there'd be stabilization and possible reduction in the current cost. There'd be a greater ability to manage and assess your hauler performance and advocate for additional services by going through the township. Greater convenience with the curbside yard and leaf waste collection and bulk item collection. And this last one is a possible reduction in the township's $94 a year leaf collection fee, which I'll discuss on the next slide. All right, township financial benefits. By including Lower Makefield's parks and buildings in the waste collection in the contract, it'll save roughly $39,300 per year. That was in the 2025 budget. This is commonly done in other municipalities with contracted collection. By having curbside leaf and yard waste collection on a regular basis, it eliminates the need for our yard waste recycling facility. That would save roughly $80,000 a year. The Pennsylvania Act 101 legally requires us to have a recycling facility because we don't have a regular curbside pickup of yard and leaf waste. And if we have that, then we don't have to have the recycle yard. Also, by having curbside leaf and yard waste collection on a regular basis, it will undoubtedly reduce the need and the cost of the township's $830,000 per year fall leaf collection. The volume of leaves will drop if you have a weekly collection of your leaf and yard waste. I mean, thinking about this, why would you wait 3 or 4 weeks for the township to come and collect your leaves you've raked to the street, when you could just put them in those bags you can get from Home Depot. They're like $2 for 5 of them, and you get a lot of leaves in those bags.
Folks, please. Please, let him finish. You will have an opportunity. Let's be respectful of the speaker.
And put them out immediately and get rid of them, and you won't have to look at those leaves for weeks on end. And last, there'll be a reduction in the damage to local streets from the trash truck traffic. I mean, why do trash trucks cause so much damage? Well, it's all about the weight.
Folks, again, sorry, Alan. Please simmer down and let him finish speaking. We will get to public comment very soon. If you disagree with him, you will have an opportunity to do so publicly. We will all respect your opinions and feedback. But until then, please let him finish, and we can all get through this that much faster and get you to the public comment that you all want to make. Thank you.
Okay, your average car weighs 2 tons. A full trash truck can weigh around 24 tons. Now, your typical school bus, when full, weighs maybe 10 to 14 tons. A full UPS truck weighs around 13 tons. So trash trucks are by far the heaviest trucks that drive our roads currently. They're roughly twice as heavy as the next heaviest vehicle. As the EAC documents in its report, there are many studies that show trash trucks cause significant damage to our roads. This is one of the main reasons we've spent so much money repaving them. We spent $2.17 million just this year. I think that reducing the number of trash trucks on our roads is one of the few things we can do to proactively reduce the amount of money we spend each year on road repaving. All right, finally, if we do pursue contracted hauling, the next steps would be the township generate a bid document. In the appendices of the EAC report are the Middletown and Bristol Township bid documents that were fairly recent, and they will provide a guidance for us to generate those. We need to determine if we need to change the solid waste ordinance, Chapter 172. I don't think any are needed, but our solicitor would have to look at that. And then if we do go out for bids, bids would come in and the supervisors would evaluate the bids and decide whether or not to accept them. And if we decide not to accept them, we go back to the way we were. Nothing changes. We're not obligated to accept anything. So that's it.
All right, thank you very much, Alan, for your excellent report. And now, does the Board of Supervisors have any questions?
Sure. Actually, like Mr. Kratzer, part of when we look at trash pickup requirements, trash hauling requirements, what is the second-class township code governs municipalities like Lower Makefield Township in Pennsylvania, and there are some specific requirements within the second-class township code when we look at different trash hauling requirements. Can you summarize those?
Yeah, there are two primary sort of requirements, one of which Alan sort of hinted on or, as it relates to duration of contracts. So there is a specific provision in the second-class township code, Mr. Chair, that limits the period to not more than 5 years. So again, as Alan had indicated, typically they would be 3 to 5 years, but that 5 years would be statutorily the max duration of a contract. The other sort of point of discussion that has been going on in the community has to do with bonding requirements. And so there are provisions that require a successful bidder to furnish a bond guaranteeing performance of a contract. However, that amount is not, there's some discretion in terms of the establishment of the amount. So the second-class township code says that it shall be not less than 10% nor more than 100% of the amount of the contract. And again, that would have to be posted within 20 days of a contract award. I raised that issue because I know there was some correspondence that came out from a hauler regarding their inability to meet bonding requirements. But again, just an issue of note, there is no RFP, there is no bid document that's been formulated at this point. And again, statutorily, there is some discretion as it relates to the amount. So I'm not sure what that particular hauler was reacting to as it relates to the bonding requirements, as the bonding requirements have not been established at this point. So,
And there's been no, just to make sure, rumor mill here, there's been no RFP, no bid document, no discussion at all of any potential bonding requirements. So not really sure where some of those statements came from, because it's never been discussed at all, never been brought up at any township meeting or EAC meeting of any type. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if I could. So when that email came out, I emailed the info at that hauler's address and explained to them what we would be covering today, the options, and how we would look at it, and that this would take some time. But the question I asked was her concern about bonding, and she had mentioned bid bonds, which is really for very large construction projects. But she had not reached out to the township to find out any of that at all. And I did offer to meet with her and with our township manager to address any concerns, whether the board acts on the EAC's recommendations, whatever they are, or they don't. And that was not responded to. So I did affirmatively reach out and say, in general, if we were to pursue an RFP, we want more bidders, and so again, I have not heard from that company since Monday when I followed up with them. So, and that was relatively soon thereafter. And that offer still stands. We'd be happy to sit down and talk with anybody who would be a potential bidder on this, and we want to make sure that everybody has a fair and open shot on that. So,
Yeah, appreciate it. Couple other questions, I guess. I'm not sure if this is for the EAC or you, Mr. Kratzer, but specific to the leaf pile and that program, I understand that multiple occasions over the last several weeks, the leaf pile that's maintained over on Patterson Farm has, just by virtue of being a dry year, has caught on fire more than once, which is apparently a common issue in the area right now with other townships that manage leaf piles like that. Can you speak to that, or
yeah, Derek, I don't know if you want to come up and speak to that. So there was some question about the current challenges relative to the dryness of the pile at Patterson Farm and combustion that's occurred.
Yes, obviously, yes. The leaf collection season was dry. The pile, by organic composition, creates heat and has spontaneously combusted, needing the fire department quite a few times. To your point, no different than Britain Industries does the same operation. They had numerous fires. Waste Management has had numerous fires in the past few weeks, months. So yes, there is operational concerns right now just dealing with that dry season we have there.
And a couple more, though. Yeah. And then, in terms of basic requirements for any hauler under current condition, laws, ordinance required recycling as well? Recycling service be offered?
Yes, that's required. We're mandated to offer recycling, yes. Yep.
And from your I mean, they're all private. From your knowledge, everyone's providing the service as required by law?
That's my understanding, yes. Yep.
And I guess for the EAC, one of my main concerns about the way we've been doing it for years is damage to the roads, right? Just constant trucks every day, multiple times a day, sometimes in every neighborhood, different haulers coming through, the heavy trucks, as Alan mentioned, et cetera, et cetera. Ignoring any folks being good negotiators, getting good price. Was there any consideration of a program that just looked at, you talked about zones, but just dividing the town into zones relative to days of the week for specific? All right. So if you're on your cell phone, please turn it off. Oh, in the hallway, please. Oh, the speaker, okay. Dave, if you could try and keep the speaker booth silent, appreciate it. So, I'll repeat myself. The, one of my primary concerns, right, with all these trucks on the road pretty much every day, is just wear and tear on the roads. We spend... My mic is doing it again? All right.
You want to try mine?
How's the other guy's mic? All right. Don't jinx it. All right. Third time's a charm, I think. So, for those that couldn't hear me in the back, one of the main concerns that we've heard over and over again are the number of trucks that come out on a daily basis, multiple haulers going on multiple times per week, you know, many upwards of 6, 8, however many between recycling trucks and trash trucks or rubbish trucks in a neighborhood multiple times per week, and the damage that it can do to roads. If you follow the LMT budget every year, one of the items that we are constantly trying to increase our budget number in is road repair. It's not cheap, and over the years, it's fallen way behind. To the you know, you might have lived at your house for 30 years and it's never been repaved. We're trying like heck to catch up, and having these large vehicles on these roads every day of the week doesn't help, right? So my question is, ignoring single hauler, ignoring different prices that you can get by doing these different contracts, was there any consideration of similar to what we do with leaf pickup, dividing the town into some number of zones and saying, this day of the week you get, I'll make up a number, zones 5 through 10, you get Monday. Zone 10 through 15, you get Tuesday. That way you can minimize the number of trucks in that area on any given day, and that addresses that one particular issue. Was there any consideration to that or any study on that? Because that's something I'd be interested in.
Yeah, the zoned approach can work in various ways. One of the ways it works is that, for instance, you divide the township into 3 sections, and the successful low bidder gets to pick whatever section they want. And then, if the second lowest bidder so desires, they can pick a second section if they match the bid of the first section, of the first bidder, and so forth and so on.
Excuse, no,
Can I add something to it real quick?
Well, let me clarify my question, because I think folks in the audience understood what I was asking. I just want to make sure it's clear to the folks I'm asking the question of. Ignore putting out any RFPs at all. But if we stay with the individual choice as individual subscription, excuse me, as it is now, but we focus do the zone thing, however many number of zones, but have those same haulers that have the individual subscriptions now, they can maintain those, but just focus those particular pickups in a given zone 1 or 2 days, whatever that service is, so that you don't, maybe you have one hauler goes through a certain neighborhood or region zone on a Monday, they stay out of there Tuesday through Saturday or Sunday, whatever it is. That way, there's no additional issues on those streets, if that makes sense. In addition to that, I don't know how many of you live near a bus stop. I do for school kids. At 6, 7 o'clock in the morning when there are bus stops, I'm seeing trash trucks every morning drive past there, stop, back up almost a quarter mile down the street, several hundred feet, run as buses are stopping for kids. So that's something else that I'm very concerned about. And if we can minimize that by just focusing on a single day of the week for a hauler in a given zone, I'm wondering how that would, if that's been studied to allow for this choice. People like their choice, I understand that. People like to negotiate, I understand that. That keeps the cost thing out of it, keeps the choice going, but addresses, hopefully, I think, addresses the issue of the trucks out there every day. I'm curious if the EAC's looked at that. That's something I'd be interested in studying to see if it would be of any additional help.
I think that was an item that was discussed. Other things that we could look at, no matter what direction you go, You can force them all to use route optimization and provide reports back annually on how they're improving their route optimization, what they're doing on greenhouse gas, whether it's switching to electric vehicles. You can also ask them for their safety records and driving performance records to make sure that they're not driving above the speed limit in your township and have corrective actions. So there's quite a few things that you can put in place to help address some of these issues, no matter what contract you go to, I think. And the other option you could think about would be potentially a host fee, where the haulers have to pay a fee for doing business in the township.
That goes
Not
towards
already doing that. So that would help with offset.
And I was going to ask you about, Madam Solicitor, is that something a second-class township can do? Because I know we have some issues with certain fees that we could levy versus others.
You know, I don't know and I would have to look to see if we are allowed to have a host fee.
Okay. I don't know if we can or not. I have a sneaking suspicion we can't, but I understand that's a common practice for other things. But that being said, that is an option that I'd be interested in that may alleviate some of the concerns while also managing truck traffic and improving roads. But I'm open to the concept. Otherwise, I guess I'll open it up to other members of the board for comments, questions, et cetera, because that's stuff I wanted to know about. Thank you. Anyone?
Well, I was going to start with one of the things on the follow-up from the leaf collection, the fires, right? Monday, Township Manager Kratzer, we had, or was it Tuesday, that both our Fire Services Director and our Public Works Director met and developed a strategy to prevent.
Correct.
Mitigate.
Yeah, that was Monday. Yep.
Yeah, so the reason I mention that is we've had folks are concerned that we had shut down Mirror Lake Road for a little while, and they were concerned about the fire possibly going further than just the confines of the leaf pile. And that's why I wanted to ask a little bit about that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to go into detail, but yes, both of those individuals got together to talk about a strategy to try to mitigate the situation that was occurring at Patterson Farm, yes.
The other option, Mr. Chair, if I could, and I've gotten a lot of questions. I'm sure many of you have gotten questions in your email. It might be nicer if we ask them rather than someone else ask them.
Well, I will, as you pull your questions up, I will say thank you to you as the liaison for, I don't know how many dozens of emails you responded to, but I think the information you provided was very helpful to those that emailed the township and you responded to.
Sure, thanks. And this is an email I got at 1:41 today, and to the gentleman, I'm sorry I haven't had a chance to respond. I had work, but let's see. The questions are, any government-designated trash service implies government choosing private sector winners and losers. That's my role, not yours. Okay. I guess on that one, sure. I mean, but that happens anytime you select a vendor for anything, right? So we're a relatively small municipality. I think the next question is this a step toward a township takeover of all municipal trash collection? If so, please disclose the longer-term plan and cost. As I think you heard today, that was not something we were interested in, and I think you rejected that one out of hand then after reviewing it, right, to the EAC?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. When a designated hauler's pricing or services are unsatisfactory, will customers be able to call you to complain and resolve it? Interestingly, I get those calls now. Yes, you would still have that opportunity. Will you be available to handle escalated matters as they occur, or will you need to hire more LMT employees to manage inquiries? Well, that seems like a very fair question, right? Do you want to handle that question, Jim, or do you want me to address it?
Well, personally, I don't think we will be hiring any more employees to address that situation. You might want to comment as well, John.
I was going to say, that's a part of the service level agreement that would be in any bid agreement. So we would have to figure that out, and that would be, so whatever bid document we come up with would be public, and everybody could ask that.
If I could add one thing
Sure.
to that. One of the items similar to that, I think, is when PECO has an outage or there's some issue with some other utility, whether it's PA Water when they had their turbidity issue a few years back or something else. Obviously, the township doesn't own those utilities, but sometimes I ask myself the same question, and you know, all right. So anywho, when there is an issue, all of us up here, including our township manager, get a lot of phone calls, a lot of emails about that, and we do maintain contact with with management at the various utilities. PECO is one that we frequently are on their neck, on their backs, trying to get them to restore service and other things, and we work with our state reps as well on that. PA Water, we've called to task in front of, sitting right here, when they had that turbidity issue and held their feet to the fire. Recently, some of you may be aware of the Energy Transfer Pipeline that runs through Upper Makefield. We had them here a few weeks ago and took them to task on some items, trying to hold them accountable. And then generally, we try to, as board members, we live here, right? We have the same issues, so we try to maintain those connections and those relationships so that if there is an issue, even though we don't technically have ownership of it and we might like to, we can hopefully influence that. In this case, if we have a service contract, which we don't have with those utilities as a township, we have a little more influence. But that's just trying to draw some similarities to some of the items that John's talking about.
And, yep, and then we're going to get calls either way.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So this one, I'm served by a local family-owned business. Why do you want to put their business at risk when customers are satisfied? I can answer that one. It's in our interest to have vibrant, competitive haulers. We would welcome if the local hauler or the closest one were to win the bid. That's in our best interest.
Excuse me, please. You will have an opportunity. We always give you an opportunity. Please. We're not. So let me. Excuse me. This is not the school board. You cannot yell out from the back as you normally do when you attend those meetings. All right. We are going to do this in an organized manner. As I said before, Mr. Daly, please keep your mouth quiet. Please.
You surveilled me and then you didn't follow up on a gunshot investigation. Don't talk about school board, pal.
All right. All right. We will not tolerate any outbursts, any foul language, or any personal attacks that are untrue.
It's not your jurisdiction. Stick to the subject.
So, point of order. This is the Lower Makefield Township Board of Supervisors meeting. I am the chair of the board. I am running the meeting by our Robert's Rules of Order processes. As I stated earlier, EAC will make their presentation. The board, as we are doing right now, will have an opportunity to ask questions of the EAC. Mr. Lewis is asking some questions that he received that he'd like some further confirmation on. Once the board has had a chance, just like every other meeting, we open it up to public comment, and you will have an opportunity to come up to the microphone here and state your issues. If you're repeating the same issue over and over again, we would ask that you try to keep your comments original. We understand that people want to support people who have said something beforehand. That's perfectly fine, but we would ask that your comments are directed. That's coming up, but the board's not done yet, so please be patient.
So along with that, I just wanted to continue. As it relates to competitiveness in the hauler space, we want competition, right? We want to have that. And would we want to have smaller, capable competitors that are located in the area? They're not in Lower Makefield, but they're relatively close. That's a benefit, right? And that's a trade-off challenge that we would have to think about if that hauler were not the winner, right? And as I mentioned previously, we are open to meeting with and making that hauler have the best shot possible. We want them to be successful. Number 6, which trash haulers have contributed to your campaigns or your party organization? If the Environmental Commission's proposal moves forward, will you prohibit all prospective haulers from political contributions or contacting you for any such matters outside their provision of service? And will you publicly disclose all communication on the township website? Wow, okay. So first off, every contributor to any of my campaigns and my PAC is available for you to find out online. I'm talking, okay, even closer, okay. So you can always research that at any time. That's available for you, and you can look at that. I've never received any, to the best of my knowledge, and I'm sure I've looked through other folks, they've never received any. I don't know personally any of the people at any of the haulers, right? So I don't think that's...
Yeah. Well, I can add one other item to that. Whenever we have an RFP, whether it's for engineering services or a solicitor or some other service contractor to the township, we make them in the RFP disclose every contribution they've made to any political party. I believe it's over a 5-year period or more, and we want that to be public information. That's something that members of this board implemented however many years ago now.
10, yeah.
Because we wanted that transparency. So if this does go to RFP for any reason, I personally would vote to make sure that that type of provision is included in the RFP so everyone can see exactly who's contributed to whoever they've contributed to, because that's what we've been trying to stand for the last several years.
Yeah. Let's see. And will you publicly disclose all such communication on the township website? Remember, it's important to know that you have a right to know law in Pennsylvania that allows you to get all my emails, all my text messages. You're free to go after that at any time. You know who you are out there. There's a process for that, so you can get that communication. Will a move to consolidated pickup schedule produce customer savings of at least 10%? Jim, do you know the answer to that one?
No, I really don't know the answer, but I can. When we did this original study back in 2008, 2009, we looked at several other communities throughout the United States, and the savings there amounted anywhere from about $50 to $150 a family per year. Now, there's no guarantee that would happen here. However, logic indicates that because of economies of scale, there should definitely be some savings per household.
Along those lines, the question is, at what point or how much savings is relevant for you to make that decision versus the trade-off in people's choice, right? And the key is we don't know the answer to that question because we don't know what the savings would be. The best argument I've received from the folks who have called me was a gentleman, I won't say his name, a delightful gentleman, but that was his best argument. And we talked about that, which is at what point and where are different people's level of savings versus their value of choice? Where does that come in? And since we don't know what the savings would be, if there's any savings, right? Because if there's no savings, we shouldn't do that. We can't assess that. Can you calculate, measure, and guarantee a similar reduction in traffic? And can you calculate, measure, and guarantee a similar decrease in pollution or energy consumption? Alan, could you calculate roughly what you think the decrease in pollution and energy consumption from reduction in trips?
It'd basically be linear. I mean, if we reduce the trucks from up to 14 down to 3 a week, there'd be, what, 75% reduction, whatever? It'd be pretty much linear.
Yeah. So can you gavel again?
Sure. Another reminder, please, let the supervisors finish speaking. Please, keep your comments. Hold your comment until public comment. Excuse me. As I said, please keep your comments till public comment. This is not one individual's time to come up and say whatever they want, whenever they want. That disrupts the meeting. Mr. Lewis, please continue.
Okay, so
Just keep talking.
I will skip the next two. Heck, I'll skip the next three questions from the person. Pardon, the reason I'm asking the questions is we've had it in the last couple of days, a dialogue. People have emailed, they've called, they've asked questions. Sometimes it's better for us to air some of these now. Pardon? Can I ask for removal?
Excuse me. Okay.
I believe that person may actually be in the audience. They said they would be here. Okay?
Okay, speaking over public speakers is being disrespectful. Please, ma'am, I've told you more than once now, to maintain silence until it's your turn for public comment. If you continue to do this, I will have to ask that you be removed, and I do not want to do that. I want to give you an opportunity to speak. Wait your turn. Please continue.
I'm just waiting for things to quiet down a little bit.
Just
All right.
more if you finish up.
All righty. I have a lot more questions, but guess what? If you ask them, I will ask you questions in public comment because I get to do that. So you better have good arguments and hear me out on this. I'm not going to hear arguments that are weak, that have ad hominems, that have you better have comments and quotes and data. Okay? So I'm done asking questions.
Okay. Mr. McCartney, did you have any more comments or questions?
I have nothing to add at this
Okay.
point.
Mr. Ross, do you want your microphone back?
For one. I just had one, and then we can get to public comment. Did you look at any version that was like more of an opt-in kind of thing, where residents would keep their choice and would kind of not lock everybody into one exact carrier?
Well, one of the concepts that we actually looked at was, as I mentioned before, a zoned approach. And that can work in many, many different ways, okay? I explained the one method before. There's several other ways that it could be done. But does that answer your question or not?
A little bit, but I'm more interested on like more different kinds of opt-in kind of things instead of just like if there's a way to help the environment, to help the residents and do everything, but not force everybody into one exact carrier.
Mr. Ross, I think when I responded back to Mr. Grenier, I mentioned that there are some things that we could consider putting into the township ordinances where the haulers have to look at route optimization or look at more electric vehicles potentially down the line and different options, alternative fuel options. There are things that you could potentially build into ordinances down the line to help address some of these issues.
All right, thank you.
So, thank
Go
you,
ahead.
Dan. Yeah, Dave, can we just confirm that, because I did see some people trying to take photographs of the presentation, so can we confirm that this information will be on the website tomorrow?
Yes, this information, as well as the report with the appendices that were referenced will be posted. Again, we wanted to provide an opportunity for the EAC to present prior to putting those on the website.
Yeah.
In addition to, sorry, Suzanne, in addition to putting it on the website, can you make sure that it's available through social media, whatever you
Yeah,
use?
when I say website, I'm sorry, it means website and social media channels,
Okay.
yes. Yep.
So anyone that is on social media, Facebook, whatever it is, the township has social media pages where we will have a post where you can find a link to the township website. Township website is lmt.org. It'll be on the cover page, I assume?
It will be on the cover page, yes. Yep.
So you'll have different ways to access it, as probably by tomorrow, I would assume.
Correct. Yep.
Yeah, and I'm going to try to speak quickly. So I thank you for bringing this forward. I'm confused because it's a discussion item, and everybody here, or lots of people here, seem to think a decision's been made. No decision's been made, and I don't understand how this happens. I can't tell you how many emails I got, and I'm sure we all got, asking whose pocket we're in, who's putting us up to this. It's not funny, it's hurtful. I'm your neighbor. My kids went to school with your kids, or I coached your kids, or whatever. I don't understand that. All that being said is we are in the process of trying to see if this works or not. And now is the time to ask questions, real questions, not just say that you love your trash collector, I'm happy you do, but questions about what might help move the needle. What would you like to understand to see if this is something that works for Lower Makefield? That's what we're trying to do here. So to follow up on Matt's question, maybe one of the other things that we have to go back to is, if you choose to, we're going to have a negotiated rate, and you can take advantage of it. But if you choose not to, you don't have to, right? That's the idea, to explore how we can be more efficient, how it could have cost savings, and those cost savings are not just on your monthly, quarterly trash bills, but impacts to roads, impact to leaf collection, et cetera, et cetera. Nobody has made a decision. We're here to listen to you. Whatever questions you want to ask or things you'd like to have explored, we're happy to look into them, and you're not done tonight. If you don't get to the mic tonight, if you want to send an email, all that will be considered. That is not, and I've been here for a few years now, that is not how this board works. So I appreciate that somehow the community was energized, and I love to see that, but I hope you understand now, this is a discussion, this is an idea, there are proposals out there. It'll be thoughtful as we try to see what might work. I'll stop. Thank you.
McCartney, you haven't.
Yeah, actually, when Matt made his comment, I just had a couple questions. Alan, can you pull up that grid again that shows all the different pricings per township? Because there was 2 items on there that were interesting from Republic, which it looks like it did include leaf pickup.
Slide 7 is what he's referencing.
Yeah.
We're almost there.
This one?
Yes. Yeah, so 2 of those, Marsville deals with Republic includes leaf pickup, correct?
Yeah, but they just have it in the fall.
Okay.
The thing you have to consider is Morrisville and Yardley have a population below 10,000 people.
Okay.
So Pennsylvania Act 101 does not apply to them. They don't have to have a recycle yard or to avoid that.
But no, my question is, we currently do, and I asked Dave to look it up. We spend roughly about $800,000 a year in leaf pickup.
Right.
And that comes out of millage. You guys pay taxes to have that. So that would be, as part of this, and again, this is just questionary, as part of this, that would be removed from that, is that correct? That millage would be removed, that tax would be removed,
Well,
the leaf pickup tax?
We're not suggesting eliminating the fall leaf pickup. I just think it would be greatly reduced, and the cost would be greatly reduced. I mean, you might be picking up half the leaves you do nowadays.
No, I'm not understanding that. So if the hauler is offering fall leaf yard waste, that eliminates Lower Makefield Township from spending $800,000 a year to do that?
Yeah, you
Okay.
don't have to.
Okay.
It's up to you.
Okay.
It's whether people want it or not. But
And
yeah,
that divided by roughly 9,200 households comes out to about $780 per month. Or, I'm sorry, $80.
No, it's a $95. It's a
Okay.
$95 annual assessment.
Okay,
that,
so that was the question I had about that. The other
Yeah,
question
you're
is, did we look at maybe putting an ordinance together saying that we're limiting the days of the week that trash haulers can be in Lower Makefield Township, to limit it to maybe 2 to 3 days rather than 5 to 6 days? Did we look at that as part of the solution, and still of offering, individuals to have their own hauler, but we're basically saying to them, you can only be on the roads Monday, Thursdays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, whatever the case is. Did you guys analyze that data at all?
No, at this stage, we have not.
I didn't look at it. If you did that, you'd reduce the congestion a little bit, but all those other benefits I listed as far as environmental, to the residents and to the township finances, none of those would apply, really.
What
Yeah.
specifically to the finance piece of it would that be? Would that be the number of trucks that are still on the road?
You'd still have the same number of trucks on the road on a weekly basis, not on a daily basis.
Not gonna change.
So you'd still have the road damage, you'd still have to have the recycle yard, you'd still have to have a separate contract for township buildings and park trash and recycle pickup. You'd still need all that other stuff, just because you restrict the haulers to certain days, to certain areas. And of course, they'd have to agree to that too. That
I
would be a
understand.
big ask for them.
Do you know what, and I don't want to keep taking people's time up. Do you know what Republic currently does with the fall pickup leaves that they take out of Marsville and Yardley? Where do they bring them?
I don't know. I know Waste Management has a compost recycling facility near their landfill and incinerator in Tullytown.
Okay,
So maybe they bring them there.
okay. That was it. I'll give it back to them because I'm sure
Yeah,
there's
no,
tons of
the
questions.
only, you brought up one item in terms of township resources. When it comes to, and I don't know if Derek's still here, but in terms of the leaf pickup that we do in the fall, can you speak to the,
Come here.
and Dave, you may be able to say this because pretty quick question, I think, the number of staff and how those resources are deployed in the fall and what that means to other activities in the township?
I mean, essentially with the curbside leaf collection, and Derek can confirm this in more detail, but the entirety of the Public Works Department, in addition to the employment of external subcontractors, is essentially the sole function of the department during the periods in which curbside leaf collection is occurring. So to answer your question in terms of, obviously resources is finite in terms of manpower, and so the department essentially is doing nothing other than leaf collection when leaf collection activities are occurring. Is that correct?
That is correct, yep.
So as it relates to, other sort of road maintenance activities, other activities, that obviously there's responsibilities and tasks that go beyond just leaf collection, the department is essentially not available to perform those tasks.
Okay. Yeah. Derek, we won't bug you. I just want to make sure I was clear on that. Are any other comments from the board? All right. So I asked, this is the moment we've all been waiting for. I'll just ask that please come up to the mic. Please queue up. Don't push everyone over. You all get a chance. And if you haven't done this before, please state your name. Make sure the microphone's working, obviously. State your name,
Hello.
whether or not you're a Lower Makefield Township resident.
I've done this before, but sorry, this is
Yes.
not about pickleball.
and please try to keep your comments to 3 minutes.
Okay.
I will ask, if you're willing, one of the slide 3, had some ranges per year cost, depending on who the hauler was. If you're willing, I'd be very curious to hear, not specifics, but if those numbers look accurate to you as a data point.
Okay. Hello.
Go for it.
Go for it. Hi, I'm Sue Fawcett. I'm a Lower Makefield Township. Hello. Hi, guys.
All right.
I'm a Lower Makefield Township resident. I'm here on item 11.
All right.
Can't?
All right. Well, two things. One, if you could, I know everyone's starting to move, so there's tendency to say things here and there, so please try and keep your voices down, or be quiet, actually, would be great, so we can hear. And then, Dave, in the back room there, can you confirm that the microphone is working correctly?
Hello? Hello? Hello. Here we go.
All right, I just want to make sure.
Okay, hi. I'm Sue Fawcett, Lower Makefield Township resident. I have been here before, but about pickleball. Okay, my first 4 points. My first point, from your introduction, I will stay factual. You're saying that the whole justification for this process was because 70% of the townships are already covered by single providers. What you're not saying is that 30% are not. Why on earth are you using this statistic as a justification to do this process? There's no basis for that. It's weak argument. I don't see that. So from that, my head is hurting. Why are you doing this just because on a general population statistic? Second point, on bonding. I understand there's no need for bonding for private haulers as you currently have it. When you go to government contractors, of course, you need bonding. I would request, like you're trying to work with this one hauler, please ask them what can they afford for bonding. You have a surety bond, you have performance bonds, all these other kinds of things, and they have premiums to pay and all that kind of stuff. So just ask them what of the 4 haulers we currently have, just ask them what can they afford and work with them. Make it usable. That would be fine. Okay. Third point. Oh, this technically, why are you using the weight of the trucks as justification for road damage? It is so much more than that. Are you going to look at a pothole 6 months from now and say that was caused by a trash truck? No. It is weather. It's actually force per unit area on the surface of the road. School buses cause road damage, moving vans. There is no basis to equate road damage with trash trucks. Absolutely none. It's so very weak. Get an engineer's consultation on that. Someone familiar with road traffic and weight on roads? There's just no basis. I mean, you just can't. Like, how many trucks go down these same roads? You get a moving van. I'm just livid on this because there is no basis. Just because it's heavier means there's damage, and there's no way you can correlate that with a trash truck. Just throw that out. You have road repair damage, reduce the total number of traffic, or put load limits. That fixes it. Okay, and then my fourth point is on the environmental aspects. We're going to save because we changed our trash trucks from 16 down to 4. How many hundreds of vehicles go down those same roads? You're not saving anything because actually all those gases, they're drifting over from other townships. The gases don't stay in the township, the environmental pollution. It doesn't stay there. It goes everywhere and you're receiving everything. There's no justification that to take from four trash trucks, we're saving that much environmental. No, it has to be thousands of vehicles like UPS, and they're going to liquid nitrogen if you want to go that way. They're on the scale like this, it is nothing insignificant. So I see no basis to do this from a factual perspective, and then the scientific and engineering basis are weak, if non-existent. And I'll let everyone else do about performance and customer service and costs. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Zachary Rubin, 1661 Covington Road. I'd just like to point out about economy of scale. I am the president of Makefield Glen Homeowners Association. That comprises of 3 different condo associations. We currently represent 848 homes. We had a contract with Waste Management which expired in December 31st, 2024. Up until that time, we had trash collection twice a week, plus 1 recycle, plus unlimited bulk collection, plus it was done manually. That is, people would come and pick up our trash as long as it's in some kind of secure container. They came up with a proposal where they're going to raise our rates for 2025 with 1 collection a week, 1 bulk collection per month, and put up the 96-gallon things with no manual pickup. We said, no, we don't want to do it. Now, we said we're going to look elsewhere. They brought in somebody from their management, from their central office, and this is what we negotiated for this year, okay? They restored the 2 to twice a week collection, and they had 1 recycling, and bulk was once per month, but they restored the manual collection because a lot of our homes don't have a place to store these 96-gallon things. They don't have a driveway. They don't have a garage. So they replaced it. Now, this is what we negotiated. Right now, for our contract, each homeowner is paying per month $32.97. Keep that figure in, per month. $32.97. The aggregate expense, our contract, is $335,502. We are the largest customer of Waste Management, and we had the economy of scale to negotiate down to have a respectable contract. So I just want to point out how economy of scales work. And does anybody have a lower rate than $32.97 a month? That's all I ask. Okay?
Larry Board of 508,
Sure.
Joke Drive. John, I think you said this was a data-driven decision, and I disagree with that. I don't think this is data-driven per se. Number one, you really don't have a lot of data. You don't know what the savings are going to be per house, right? We just don't
We can
know
see,
that.
yeah.
We don't have any data that proves what the impact is of these trucks on the streets. I mean, there's no science that's going with this. There's just a supposition that there's some impact. So from strictly a data standpoint, I'm not seeing it. And this is actually, in my mind, it's kind of a laudable goal that you have in mind, but it's also a very personal decision when it comes to a lot of people. You're already talking about having pickups only once a week as part of this big contract. A lot of people want to have it 2 times a week, right? It's personal to them. You're talking about forcing people to use bags instead of putting leaves on the street, and a lot of people would have like 150 bags on the street. So it just doesn't make sense from a personal standpoint. And to Zach's point, the problem I have is that if you start putting this stuff out for large bids for the township, I don't know the economics, all right? But what I do know is if a waste management comes in and starts underbidding everybody for these big contracts, you're ultimately going to lose the competition from the smaller companies, the family-held businesses. And we've seen what happens with the sewer system when you give somebody a monopoly. It's price increase after price increase after price increase. So I acknowledge that there's a lot of open-ended questions that have to be answered before you can make a final decision, but in the short term, I just don't see the wisdom of going down this road.
Thank you, Mr. Board. Do you have it?
Yeah, and I talked to Melanie.
Hi, I'm Tom Irvin, a resident of Lower Makefield since 1986. I raised 3 boys through the PENNSBURY School District. One of them is a professional environmental consultant, I'm proud to say, on behalf of PENNSBURY and on behalf of the family. I'd like to give you some data that hasn't been considered yet based on my long tenure with the Lower Makefield Township. Jim here took us back to 2008, 2009. He had some comments about this proposal having been presented before, and that was the start of the history. I'd like to take you back further. I looked through my records, and I have lots of them, and sometime prior to 2002, there was a single hauler, Anderson Sanitation, that handled all of the, household collections in this township. At that time, I don't think we separated recyclables, but I was paying, I know different people pay different amounts. My household was paying Anderson, let's say 25 years ago until we come up with an exact date, $404 per quarter, which is a very high price. Now this township, certainly before 2002, made it competitive. And I was paying BFI, you may know that haulage firm, $72.88 per quarter, after previously paying $404 to the monopoly services of Anderson Sanitation. Go on to 2005, it became $91 with Allied Waste. 2011, it was $152.60 with Allied Waste. Now that's beyond your 2009, so it went from from 404 a quarter down to 152 just because of competition. That was a pretty big savings that you haven't considered in the time period that relates to your first report. In 2016, $323 annually with waste management, which is $81 a quarter. Now it came down. They were looking for annual billing. That was a saving, clever idea. And I was still with waste management 2022 and paying $461 annually, which is equivalent to $115 a quarter. Still, 2022 versus 2000, a lot less than the $404 that the monopoly was charging, $115 a quarter. But then Waste Management got cocky and decided to increase their price from $461 to $871 for a year in one fell swoop. They didn't announce it. I only discovered it by going onto the website. My account within the website. Then I looked in the small print, and at the same time, they changed all the regulations so that if you paid, and I'm on automatic renewal, once you've paid, there are no refunds. There are not even partial refunds if you cancel out. That was not the rule before, but that's what they introduced when they wanted to increase my price almost 100% in one fell swoop. That's the sort of thing that can happen with these haulers, and it's worse if you've only got an option of one. Thanks to Lower Makefield having made it competitive, I did have alternatives. I was able to go out and shop around, and I found there were a couple. Whitetail was a low price, but I went with McCullough. Now, McCullough in 2023, instead of charging me the Waste Management's $218 a quarter, the new price, they charged me $104, and it's only $105 a quarter now, and I'm very satisfied with them. Now compare, this is data, you asked John for
Sir,
data.
if you could start to wrap up your comment, I appreciate all the data, but we want to get everyone in, and you're well over the standard 3 minutes.
$105 now is very competitive. McCullough is very competitive with the $404 25 years ago of Anderson. Imagine what Anderson will be charging now. Now, looking at that saving, just without any increase in the 25-year-ago price, my household is saving $1,200. And if you bring it up to 25 years price increases, that's more like $2,400 just for my family.
Okay.
Now, you're talking about saving some portion of $94.
Sir, do you have any final points to make? Or I
Yes.
appreciate all the numbers, but it's
All right, let me round up the number, right? 24. If everyone saved $2,400, this is hypothetical, but I've showed you how I arrived at it. And you just said there are 9,200 households. That's 23,400,000, which makes a pittance of the 800,000 that you say we're paying for leaf collection, and nobody's come up with a figure for how much damage to the roads we're doing. So the numbers are pretty hefty for competition. And you only have 3 competitors at the moment. You've never had more than 4. And so I'd point out to John, it's okay saying we'll take bids, and if they don't do this, we'll turn them down. You're only dealing with a very small population of available bidders. And if you squeeze them out, you're getting that much closer to the monopoly and that much closer to the waste management behavior that I just described.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was going to say one element I was going to say to address that concern is the folks at the EAC that you've been tough on today, and by extension us, because we're the ones that make the final decision, they were the ones that helped work through all the recycling plans in 2003. Alan, who's on the phone, is personally responsible for significant savings and significant revenue to the township in terms of how the recycling program was done. So the case that was just made should be a thank you to Mr. Dresser, who's unfortunately remote today, for the work that he did and the EAC did to structure our recycling program at that time. Just more information for you.
Before you go, sir, I'm just curious, because when other haulers were mentioned historically and current ones, there wasn't much said, but when one hauler was mentioned, everyone clapped. Just if you wouldn't mind, by a show of hands, who's a McCullough? That's what I thought. So did all of you receive this notice that was sent out? Okay. I just want to understand what a lot of these notifications were and who's here, that's all.
You wouldn't have heard about it at all if it was supposed to go in notification.
Well, that's why we put it on. Again, please keep your comments to public comment. We do have quite a line. I'm happy to allow you to get up in line and speak. And this, again, all this has been on public agenda and discussed, and this is day number 1 of discussion, so there's nothing that's been going on other than the EAC meeting and reviewing this for the last year. Sir, please.
Good evening. My name is Joe Rago. I'm a practicing engineer in the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and a bunch of other states around here. I thought it was admirable that you said, and you really took note, that this is a data-driven assessment and you need to conclude with realistic data. Sir, I would never admit that I'm not an expert. It's just not what you do when you're trying to convince a case. You did say that when you presented the data to us, which really wasn't data, it was just a compilation of probably some research that was done on the internet. Secondly, Mr. Kratzer, when we look at bonds, the typical way you look at a bond is to assess it with risk. You assess the amount of risk that goes with the necessity of the money you spend with your bond. You talked about contracts. In your contract, you admitted that you make sure that you have no alliance or allegiance. Those are called your representations and certifications. That's a part of every good general provision of a contract. I've personally bought billions of dollars of contracts in my role and what I do every day. I ask that you look at this decision, make it informed, view this group's passion, not anger, for what they're looking at, and make sure when you put that solicitation out, qualified people make the decision, and that you have well-established criteria to make that decision. You just don't rip and tear. That's what we call in the industry, right? You rip and tear an envelope. You go with a low bid. You go with best value. And I'd like to offer, if I can help with that, I'd be more than happy to. I'm not one to offer up, recite problems, but rather we need to solve this. And then really, I'd like to leave with the question, why? Why are you doing this? Thank you.
Yeah. Well, if you could, number one, I appreciate the offer. So if you could, I'm assuming you have access to email.
Yeah, I didn't fall off a turnip truck.
Just making sure. So if you could, if you are genuinely interested in providing your services,
genuinely am.
Please go on the township website. All of our email addresses are there. You can go through Mr. Kratzer or any of us, really. I'd be happy to include you in that.
Exciting times. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Really, why?
Sure.
Hey, how you doing? Steve Holtz. I live at 653 Teach Drive.
Yeah.
I've worked for the state of New Jersey for over 24 years, and I actually regulate the solid waste industry. Although our expert here has some good points, there's some that don't make sense. The heavy road tax, okay. There is an argument to be made about heavy road tax and the damage. That's why they pay a heavy road tax. However, the point that he's making is that there's 5 trucks going up and down the street every day. They're not all full at 13 tons, okay? I would argue almost that it's less damage because when you have a single provider, they're collecting every house. And that's going to be a heavier truck for a longer duration on the roads. That's just one point. The other aspect, and I don't mind volunteering some time. I'm very familiar with the statutes in New Jersey. We have the SWUCA statute, which is solid waste utility regulation, and that actually regulates marketplace competition. And in New Jersey, there are several areas that do have single pickup. We've had problems too, and it's a nightmare. Future Sanitation went out of business, left 17 townships without trash service. And it wasn't just the DEP scrambling and the Attorney General's office that was scrambling, it was also the townships. And it was a nightmare. Eastern Waste was another one that left the townships in a lurch. Now, we've got some pretty big ones, Waste Management, Casella. These are national corporations. Do I think they're going to go out of business? No. But it gets to the competition point. At some point, and we're facing this in New Jersey, these big companies love big regulation because the small guys can't keep up with it. Okay, big regulation is great for big business. It's horrible for small business. I personally want to cater to a small business. Now, I'm guilty of going with Whitetail, so I am not a McKellen customer here, but I am concerned with my right to choose. I want the ability to be able to choose my garbage company. Talking about bonds, you think you don't have to look out when you sign a contract. Well, guess what? Future Sanitation, they had bonds in place They never paid the bonds. Is it a problem? Who's going to look at those companies after they post their bonds? It happens. So as far as employment goes, I can't understand, like, at the state level, we probably have 8 to 10 people just in the SWUCA group. At the Attorney General's office, we have several attorneys working at the state level. The municipality, same thing. A lot of times they'll bid them out to private contractors that will actually do the bid work. But you're going to need legal review over those bids. Somebody's going to have to keep an eye out. I mean, these are things that, you know, I get the township wants to help us. You want to help us by lowering our garbage costs. I understand that. If you could help me on my Verizon bill, my electric bill, my utility bill, that would be great. You know what I mean? So look, I will definitely be in contact with one of you.
Please.
If you're interested, I could provide the statutes and the regs. But just peruse through them, understand that the state's been doing this since the 80s, right? Regulating solid waste, licensing solid waste, and the township's the same thing. And there's a lot of people involved in it, and it's just not a hands-off, hey, let's throw out a bid, we're good to go, and everything's honky-dory. That's the only thing I'd like to say.
Appreciate your comments, and again, genuinely, please email us with your contact information. Love to get more feedback from you based on your professional experience. That's super helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is George Silverstone. I've been in the township since 2019. I was going to ask a number of things. Some of them have been covered to various degrees, so I'm just going to make some quick points about it. First off, there was this figure bandied about 14 trucks making the 14 trips rather, sorry.
14 trips.
That is, if I'm not mistaken, spread out across all the trash haulers. If you go to a single, you're not changing that number because you're going from having multiples who are hauling smaller loads on different days to a single one who's making, I think this mic is going again, who do a single run with a lot more weight on them. So it kind of comes out in the wash, and therefore I don't think that that is a valid argument. If you want to reduce it, I know this is going to be unpopular, then maybe the second day service would be something to look at. Like I said, folks may disagree with that, but this is really where the difference starts to show up. Cost-wise, right now these costs vary broadly between the haulers. That's been made clear. With a contract, they might say, well, we're not making enough money. We need to amend the contract. Are you going to make a provision with that? Because it can get very, very tricky. When I moved in here, I wasn't going to name names, but when I moved in here into the township, I had waste management. They charged $175 a quarter for 1 day service. Comes the pandemic, prices start to creep up. And by the time I had enough, it was almost $400. I asked my neighbors who had other services, and I settled with McCullough because they had the best rate, $105 a quarter, as was stated. That saves me money, which brings me to the next point. I may be able to weather it. But what I'm looking at the demographic here, and apologies for picking out here, but there's a lot of folks who are on fixed incomes, who are low income, and any increase like that, any potential increase that might come from all of this is going to affect their bottom line. They may not be able to afford it. So what are we going to do, and by we I mean the township, what are we going to do to make sure that they can survive? Because right now, costs are going up right and left pretty much without control, as I'm sure you all know. So that's something to think about. And then if you have a single hall, a single provider, they can get very capricious. In the municipality I used to live in, it was single hauler. If there was a problem, you'd call them, but then the next time for the service, the trucks would come around and they'd be sloppy, they wouldn't pick stuff up, they'd throw the trash bins in the middle of the street, they just didn't care. It was we're in control, you're the only choice you have, so deal with it. And that is going to be a problem. What remediation would there be if something like that happens? You can say, yeah, we'll put it in the contract, but then it's a he said, she said, unless you have video evidence of it happening, and that's a lot of work.
All fair points.
So the bottom line here, cui bono?
Thank you.
Who benefits? Thank you.
Appreciate your comments.
My name is Rich May. I live at 1270 Creamery Road. You've seen me here before.
Yeah.
Over the soccer fields. In any event, the last time we had one of these, let's consolidate into something, we went to Aqua. And we sold our sewer system to them for, I think it was 53 million. Does that sound like the right number?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. When we went with them, I think I was paying about $64, $66 a quarter. And now I'm paying somewhere in the same amount every month. So it tripled, okay? I don't know where that 53 million went, but
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but Aqua just got their first rate increase.
Pardon me?
Aqua just got their first rate increase. So I appreciate that your sewer bill has gone up, but we should try to stick to the data-driven.
It went up right away. No, this is.
No, the township raised your sewer rates to fix repairs.
Okay, well.
And then there was a moratorium, and then there was an increase.
Okay,
So
well-
I agree, they've gone up, mine has gone up, they've gone up.
It's
So let's
obscene.
just try to stick.
What they've tripled the cost, okay? Now, the other thing about it, and I'm only bringing in, that's been brought up by a couple of people, but we should have gotten some of that 53 million to kind of lower our taxes, okay? Instead, what we did, we put some, we spent $500,000 on the tennis courts. And I guess the golf courts or something like that. The bottom line is every time you make a decision to go to one vendor for anything, they're in charge of what the price is. And they may lowball you the first year or couple years or something like that, but they're going to eventually get what they want to get, and since there's no alternative to them, then bingo, the price just skyrockets. We have the same problem. I'm having issues with Pennsylvania American Water trying to get out of their line charge. It's like $31 a month. My insurance company covers it. It took me 3 months to get them to do it. Of course, I couldn't switch to another water company because there's only one water company, okay? So this is the problem. When you're only dealing with one entity, you're at their mercy. They do whatever the hell they want to do, charge whatever the hell they want to charge. And that's a problem.
Appreciate your comments.
Okay.
No, I didn't disagree with anything you said.
Hello, good evening. This is, I'm Iliana Pendus. I live in Lower Mayfield.
Oh, excuse. Please try to be quiet so we can hear her speak, please.
And I did have some things to discuss that previous people did. Sir, I'm going to address you first, with all due respect. I was looking, with an engineering background, I was looking at your slides there. You put some prices for each company that you put them up on the slides. And my question to you is very simple. Where did you get the prices from? Because from what we experience here, people don't pay those kind of prices, number one. Number two, you made the comparison, and I will provide you with my email for you to send me those responses. Number two, everybody, it seems to be that it comes to the dollar sign. It always does. Everybody knows that. You put the first 2 or 3 slides with prices and numbers and so on. You made a comparison with Middletown Township. I have a lot of friends that they live there. Everybody is unhappy with the situation. It's a monopoly, and they are at the mercy of the trash company. They cannot decide on their prices. They cannot complain because it goes anywhere. The township doesn't have, as it will be in this case, to some extent, it doesn't have the resources to handle problems. And if we will have those resources, that means more money paying to people, that means more taxes for us. Let's not go around, because everybody knows that. You made the comment that somehow the funds are going to be included with the taxes. Well, the taxes in the last 2 years, I believe the first big raise was about 9.2, 9.3. If I look up on Zillow and if I look up at my taxes in the last 2 years, and when that price goes up for the taxes, it goes for everything, including in the taxes. You were talking about 3 to 5 year lock-in price. How would you guarantee that? How would you guarantee a savings for someone who is over 60 years old, for which is, according to specifically waste management, is considered senior, and they do give you a discount? And I'm sure that McLaughlin, they do that the same thing. I'm sure of it. How would you guarantee those things for an aging population in the township? You didn't include absolutely any demographics in your
Would you like me to respond right now, or
Yes,
wait till
please.
you're finished?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Okay, no.
Hold on, Jim, please.
Okay.
Ma'am, if you could just finish your comment, and then
You
we
made
can
also a
consolidate
comment
everything.
about the savings for the township, approximately, I think it was in the number you used, 39,000. How would you break down that one, and how did you come up to that conclusion?
You want me to answer that, Jim?
Please. Excuse me, she asked the question of the folks giving the presentation to verify their presentation. If she wants the answer, I will allow them to provide her the
And at the very beginning of the presentation, you address a 4-page report that you are basing this thing on, done by a lawyer that I actually didn't catch the name of. So that should be also available online.
Yeah, I can clarify that. We received an email sometime this afternoon from someone who is a resident and an attorney, apparently, who did his own research. Can't verify anything with footnotes and all that. That had some statements about this.
Okay.
We made, and that's all I can give you, because I haven't read it in detail and I can't verify anything.
This particular presentation should have been available online, because Mr. Lewis was saying about facts and numbers.
So,
Since you mentioned my name, it's available online now.
yeah, it has been posted already to the
No,
township
I'm talking
website.
about his presentation before
Yeah.
the meeting, so people would be prepared.
We're not making, I mean, there's not a final decision being made tonight.
I understand. But
So,
the tone of the way you are talking, it seems like you are presenting this to the people, and whether we like it or not, you are going to further go ahead with a decision and
no.
taking bids from the companies.
Well, hold on a second. You personally have interrupted multiple times this evening. We are would like to have a dialogue, right?
I
And so
interrupted
part of that is that we're here to listen, and I
Mm-hmm.
conceded discussion points that I had heard from people over the last couple of days, and I was shouted down just for acknowledging what people's opinions were. And so it's very difficult if you're going to, interrupt twice, which you then conceded you did.
Yes,
And
I
then
did.
when you're going to state questions and then Mr. Bray or Mr. Dresser or our team, they're not allowed to answer, right? That makes it kind of, how are we supposed to have a
didn't
dialogue?
say
So
that.
they're allowed to answer?
No,
I
she,
didn't say
I will.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, okay.
I know you did not say don't answer. You
Yeah,
were
okay.
asking the question. People in the crowd were saying that.
Sir,
Okay, sure.
okay.
Did you? I'm sorry.
Yes, I'm done.
Okay. Thank you.
Janice Burney, 25-year resident, 25 years with McCullough. I don't want to go with anyone else, okay? I don't want my choices diluted. I don't want you guys to say, you have to take this company, okay? And I know what you've said. I know what you're saying, that this is all discussion. You know, you're talking about requests for bids. You probably all have in your head who you want to be the winner. And the reason I say this is because I was at the meetings when the Wegmans development was going on, and everyone was talking about townhomes. No, we're not going to have apartments. We're going to have townhomes. Well, guess what? Apartments. So, I mean, forgive me if I don't believe what's going on here, but this is something that, I mean, look at your audience here. This needs to be on a ballot. It needs to be on a ballot. And people need to have information prior to voting on this. I'm sorry, there's too much corruption in government, and I'm not saying anybody up here is corrupt, but where we're living right now, having things taken away, having our choices taken away, no, it has to be on the ballot. Done.
Thank you.
How you doing? I'm Joe McCullough from McCullough Rubbish Removal. Obviously, we service it. I think when it comes to like the contracts that you're talking about, bid contracts and stuff, something is lacked out is service. Okay, so you could have a once-a-week service, you could have a twice-a-week service, or I believe a case where it's a hand-picking service, because we all have carts in the area and all that stuff. Everyone wants different service, and that's something that a bid contract does not require. So a person who wants once-a-week service, that's what they want. A person wants a hand-picking because they don't have room for carts. That's what that neighborhood wants. They're able, as the guy said, negotiate with the trash hauler because he can put this many houses, and the trash hauler will look and say, I could do it at this price. Now, larger township, you're doing everybody considering what it's going to be to pick up each area and all that stuff like that. So service is something, a giant thing you have to consider. People are here because they want twice-a-week service. What's being offered is a once-a-week service. And when you look at the contracts and the bid contracts that you saw, first of all, they're all the big corporations. There's no small company. Second of all, their once-a-week service, they're cart only. That means just a cart. To add additional trash from a once-a-week service, you're adding more fees on top of that. For example, Middletown, that bid just went off. $12 per month for each additional can. $12 for the trash can, you have more recycling, $12 for the recycling per month. $24 additional per month on top of that. So you'll be paying a lot more money for trash collection service. And then other contracts, they're not having no carts, so when you have to add certain, again, service is a big thing. Second of all, when it comes to truck traffic, a trash truck can do 600 houses. It's not going to magically do more houses. I mean, so, like, when Republic left the area, we all know that they left the area. So our company acquired a lot of the houses, so did other companies. Our routes had to shrink because we added more houses onto the trash truck. So we had to shrink the amount of work they could do. Now, if a truck does the entire area, again, it shrinks the area they can do. The trash truck can only do, I'm giving you an estimate, maybe it can do 750 houses, whatever it may be. Once a week does less houses than twice a week. Like once a week, I think you're picking 7 days of trash in one trash pickup day. Twice a week, you're dividing it up throughout the collection. Also, 3 trucks aren't doing your township. The trucks aren't 300,000. They're more like 400 to 500,000. I think about 450 you can get them for. And they're not including recycling to that too. That's just 3 trash trucks picking up one time a week, probably 6 days a week. But as you can see, people are here. Service is a big thing. I don't think you're going to reduce you do not reduce the amount of trucks in the area. You just won't. You could, but it'd be slightly. You could reduce the trash volume in a neighborhood, for example, but that's how that company runs. Another company might run multiple trucks in a neighborhood just to get the truck done, the neighborhood done faster to move on. So you wouldn't reduce truck traffic, you're just running more trucks in a neighborhood. Depends what they do. It's like Amazon, you don't see one Amazon truck in your neighborhood, you see multiple Amazon trucks in your neighborhood. So it's whatever that company would do. So that's a big thing. And I'll be honest with you, we've been here before about it. Our customers didn't want it then, the residents didn't want it. We're here again, and the residents don't want this. This is what we hear from our residents. We receive, I know we sent out an email. We sent out an email because all our customers are calling us saying, hey, they're going to do this. We didn't want this. We didn't want it last time. Why are they doing this again? You should tell your customers because they weren't informed about it, and they don't want it, Maybe the other companies do want it. I believe there was a waste management customer. He got a good deal because that's what his neighborhood wanted. Again, really has to do with service. We're probably the only twice-a-week service company in the area. That's what we provide. That's what the customers like us to provide. We're providing a service, It's like if you got basic cable, full-service cable, and a couple of channels, the township's picking basic cable for everybody. Well, some people want full-service cable. So, I hope the township doesn't go this way. It's not good for a company like us. We won't bid on a township like this. I doubt it. We would try our best and all that stuff. I don't think we can. We've never bid on any other township. For a company like us, it's a 3 to 5 year bid. So I'm going to spend, $2-3 million on trucks to last 3 years and then don't have the bid no more. Right now, I just service the customer. We're ordering a brand new truck right now. It should be, they're delayed, but I don't know when it's coming in. But we don't want to be investing in new trucks and find out the township wants us out of here when I don't understand. We're providing a service that other companies don't provide. And again, if somebody doesn't like our service, they can go to the other company. If I provide bad service, they should have an option to switch to another company. That company's going to give them a service that they provide. If that company can't provide, that company's good service, but they provide once-a-week service, and we provide twice-a-week service, that's what a customer would want. So I hope the township doesn't look this way. I understand what they did, and I understand that, but some of it's a little off. Like I said, the trash trucks are $400,000. When you're saying 3 trucks to do the route, that's 3 trash trucks. You're not including the recycling trucks. So it's actually 6 to 7 trucks. You would have to have additional trucks. I can't do this entire township with 3 trucks, so I don't know how it'll be done. And that's just once a week, not twice a week. Big difference of what can be collected and not.
Appreciate that. So, Mr. Are you the owner of the?
I'm the owner's son. My mom couldn't.
Okay, so I got you. I just want to understand your connection. So, whether or not you can answer a few questions.
I'll try to.
And if you can't, we can always follow up. So you just said a couple scenarios that have been posed by the EAC were single for the whole township. That seems like a big nut, right?
Yes.
Versus some level of splitting 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, whatever number of zones there could be, and so you divide each one, 25% of the township, 33%, whatever it may be. Is that something that McCullough would ever be interested in bidding on?
It goes back to service where you could have this group of neighbors want this service and another group of neighbors wants that service. You understand what I'm saying?
I do. I'm just wondering.
That's all. No, I understand what you're saying. But there are neighborhoods that do negotiate contracts because the entire neighborhood wants that service. We pick up a hand picking place. We pick up once a week and we pick up twice a week. We got places that want carts and then there's sizes of carts. Some people want the smaller carts. Some people want the larger carts. When a service we provide, our company does. I can't say other companies, but they provide service too. And another thing is, you lose innovation, the next thing coming. For example, Middletown, they just got carts. Lower Makefield has had carts for 30 years. Single stream recycling probably was done here. I know Leck, a previous company in the area, They provided single stream recycling, so you will always get the next thing, and we are always shoot for the next things. Our company has a split body trash truck, for example. This truck picks up trash and recycling at the same time. So that's one truck going down the road. Now, that doesn't pick up that much, so it's picking up 200 homes of trash, it's actually picking up 400 because it's doing 200 trash, 200 recycling. It's a little different. I mean, it's convenient for certain areas, but not every area.
I gotcha. And then, do you, I don't know if you can speak to, I don't know who answers the emails that go into the company, but I think we'd appreciate it if, whether it's a conversation with you or just a response to Mr. Lewis's email that was sent. I don't know who answers the mail.
She's not here. To be honest with her brother died a couple hours ago, so.
No.
Sorry about that.
No.
But she can,
If we could, questions for you. First, for the neighborhoods that negotiate en masse, do you get everybody in the neighborhood, or is there a certain threshold?
A lot of time it's a homeowner association would do that.
Right, well, that's a single hauler.
Generally, a neighborhood can do the same thing. If you talk to all your neighbors.
Right.
We have that as well.
So if a neighborhood were to get together, let's say there's 50 homes in the neighborhood, right? What would their rate be for twice a week?
Depends, how we feel that neighborhood's going to be, because to be honest with you, a townhome neighborhood probably produces less trash than a single family.
Yep, yeah.
So we judge by that, and how many times a week, and what are they looking for? That's what we go by.
So hear me out here, as options.
Yep.
If neighborhoods were to reach out to you and say, hey, a number of our folks want that, you would give them a price quote.
Yeah.
How long would that price quote last for?
Well, whatever we tell the person, we could guarantee say we could sell it, 1 year would be this price, say $30 a month, and then the next year go up $1. We would tell them maybe a year or 2 years, whatever they feel like,
Okay.
Whatever they're asking for,
So if neighborhoods collectively went to you and said, hey, we want to do this.
Yes.
Okay.
Lots of neighborhoods do.
Okay. And you wouldn't be unhappy if we organized neighborhoods to do that? If you
It's up
thought,
to neighborhoods, but some people like
right, yeah. They could choose that, yeah.
people do not, but some neighborhoods can do that.
So if the other option that we had talked about was negotiated rates for the township, right, where everybody knew that they were going to get a guarantee for a certain rate, is that something you would be appealing to?
That would be Teresa, she would talk.
Okay.
I'm sure they'd be open.
And the reason I ask that is, the premise of this is to examine what our options are, and we want to listen, right? So, I'd certainly look forward to talking in the future.
Oh, yeah, no, I understand, but bid contract's not good for us. We're just we're not an interesting company.
Yeah, can I just ask just a general question? I mean, you're obviously reacting to what you see in terms of typical bid documents, right?
It's just a bid contract, because you can always.
No, I understand
bid
that,
for
but
3
you're
years.
making some presumptions in terms of the contents of what a document would be based on what you're saying.
We never bid on it.
So the concept of including an option, for example, for twice a week service for a guaranteed price is something, while it may not have been in the Middletown option or
It
Bristol
wasn't the
option.
Middletown option, but that wasn't advertised. It was like $650, so.
Okay.
They're increasing the residents' cost by it.
Right, but what I'm suggesting is you could put the options that you're talking about into
In a bid
a
contract, but,
document.
you're increasing the value of how much a customer pay. Bristol Borough is paying over $700 for trash collection service.
Okay.
So they're reduced services, and as I said, they're car only, so you're basing on that. Well, you're going to cart and take all the trash, well, now your prices increase. Now you're going way beyond what we provide or something like that.
Got it.
Like I said, the residents don't want that.
Got it, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McCall.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Dave Campbell. I'm a township resident. I actually grew up here. So I only got two things, really. Please leave the leaf collection alone. I can't even tell you. I'd be the guy with 200 bags out in the street, and I don't have any way to bag that up. And it's just, if it catches fire, put it out. We need the leaf collection. I know it's been discussed over the years, and it's just something that makes things so much easier for those of us who have a lot of trees. I mean, anybody who has trees knows. The other thing I wanted to talk about, Joe was talking about service. I have a kind of a direct comparison that I can make here because I own a house in New Jersey, and the trash collection is part of the township. It's part of my taxes. The service is horrible. I mean, and there's no way out of it. As a matter of fact, the service is so bad that I put trash in my car and bring it home. So, I mean, it's something that we haven't really talked about here. I mean, the competitive pricing is important, but the service is important too. We have situations down there where they have, yard waste collection. People put sticks and things out against next to the street. They'll sit there for months. It's horrible, it's ugly, and just a really bad option. So, I mean, we have the choice here, and that's really important, and we get good service based on that. It's not just the pricing, it's the service. So.
Appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Tim Daly, Lower Makefield Township. So, Mr. Grenier, Robert's rules, you decided to invoke them tonight and talk about them. I want to remind you that within them, there's a thing called general decorum, and within that general decorum guideline, which applies to you as a member, you're disallowed from making personal attacks against other members, as well as people within this audience. Do you want to apologize to Mr. Abrams for your insult around PENNSBURY? Because we know what your intent was, is to intimidate and insult. Marshall Villamuso, we won that lawsuit. Mr. Lewis, you should get some legal counsel. Marshall Villamuso disallows you from interrupting public comment. You do not have a right to do so. You only get to speak at public comment when we ask you a question, and then it's your choice of whether or not you actually want to answer the question. But it is unlawful for you to interrupt someone unless it's obscenity, defamation, a criminal act, a threat. You don't have a right to interrupt.
Pardon me, you did offer defamation in my case.
Where did I defame you?
You implied, pardon, huh?
Excuse me, I'm not trying to stop.
Yeah, sure.
No, I just, please, as I've said to others in the crowd, please let the public commenter provide public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Grenier.
And if there is a response necessary.
So I did want to speak to somebody who complained about the presentation not being put in the agenda. August of 2021, your lawyer will advise you, Mr. Grenier, you're required within 24 hours prior to a meeting to post that presentation with the agenda as an attachment. So if you're not understanding of this, on Monday, 11 a.m., I want to encourage all of you to tune in. I will be in Harrisburg testifying in front of the PA Senate regarding violations by local municipalities, including Lower Makefield, where evidence has already been provided to them about things you guys have done in the past around right to know and PA sunshine law. So I advise you all, you should tune in. You're going to learn something. So now I want to address Mr. Bray. You started off your presentation showing that this wasn't about data. You made it personal. You brought up politics. I mean, there's no data here. So it's not a time-tested concept because things have changed. We have a thing called Citizens United, which allows super PACs to buy off politicians. The reason why people are here tonight for this board is because we don't trust you. Mr. Lewis, you made a statement that you've not taken any money. I have to disagree. You've taken money from Steve Santaciero. Do you know who's donated Mr. Santaciero? Waste Management, Aqua America. All before those, before that sewer happened. And then you transferred money to you. You took money from super PACs that received money from other super PACs that received money from Waste Management and from them. Now, I'm not saying that you did anything wrong, but you should be careful in saying I didn't get any money because you kind of did. It might have been nickels and dimes. But when Steve Santaciero's two of his 10 largest contributors over the past 5 years of private companies that have been Waste Management and Aqua America. I think he has a lot of influence over you, not only with campaign donations, but he also controls your endorsement and whether or not you're going to sit on this board. So that's why people are here, because they don't trust, this. So let's talk about choice. So I believe each and every one of you politically in your campaign said that you're pro-choice abortion. So I certainly hope that you'll also be pro-choice on garbage disposal, because you should be pro-choice on everything. Can't choose picky and choosy. So now, Dan, I got a question for you. I got a question for you, Dan, because
You're already up to 4 minutes. I'd ask you to wrap up your
You allowed Mr. McCullough
comments.
to talk for 10, so you can't discriminate against people.
I'm not discriminating.
You allowed, so I've got a few more things. So you're probably the most versed in here around science. I have respect for your understanding of science. So you understand what kinetic energy is, right? So speed, weight. We heard the numbers. If the numbers are right, he said 28 tons for garbage truck, 13 tons for UPS. Garbage truck moves at about 5 to 10 miles per hour, and the UPS truck moves at 35 to 45 miles per hour in my neighborhood. Which one actually is going to create more damage based on the theory of kinetic energy? I can answer it for you, Dan. It's the UPS truck. And we get 50 more of those in our neighborhoods each week, and we do garbage trucks. So,
I'd ask you to please wrap up your comments so everyone
So I'm
else
going
can
to wrap them
finish.
up. So basically, what I was disappointed in this presentation, if this guy had walked into my business, I would have tossed him out. Because when you put stuff up, you talk about the pros, the cons, the advantages, benefits, and the drawbacks. There wasn't any cons, there weren't any drawbacks. And what we've heard from a lot of people up here are the cons and the drawbacks. But this man didn't bring anything forward. So because of that, this is an incomplete presentation. So I want to encourage this board to table any further conversations until he gets his numbers right and he produces a professional presentation that includes the cons and the drawbacks of such a deal. Thank you.
I take it, Mr. Daly, you're now open for questions.
I believe he has a question for you, if you'd like to
Yeah.
go back to the podium.
So last year, Mr. Daly, and I have to ask this question, you reached out to me because you believed that there was an issue, a legal issue with the township, right?
Yeah, regarding gunshots outside my home that haven't been investigated.
No, this was about an
Well,
employee.
wait, let's talk about that, John.
Hold on, Mr. Daly, please.
Well, I want to talk about that then, Dan. I'll let him
That's a
complete his
different
question,
issue, but
I'm
he's...
going to give him a question back since he gave me a question. So go.
Sure.
John.
Did I receive your email and immediately respond to your email?
With regards to the investigation of
Yeah.
the gunshot? Yeah.
No. I'm talking about the one where you had a question about an employee destroying evidence, right? I'm going back to your, this is Thursday, April 25th, 2024 email. The reason I'm bringing this up is you made assertions, right? I offered to meet with you in person to address your assertions, right? So I said, okay, thank you, because you were alleging something that was illegal, right? I offered to meet with you. At that time, the council probably said, no, don't do that, right? And then I said, you'd asked, hey, if there's a potential determination of wrongdoing, we stand ready to fully cooperate with the Bucks County District Attorney, right? Or any law enforcement agency gathering that, right? At that point, you said I had to bring the DA forward. I can't control the DA, right? So you made assertions that I was somehow supposed to bring the DA to come to meet with you, but you never gave information that would allow us to make any determination of that. Now, the reason why I asked this is...
Excuse me, there is comment, and let's finish the discussion. And I would ask you to please...
Keep relaxed. He's digging himself a grave. Keep going, Johnny.
Pardon me. Excuse me, sir?
Keep going, John.
Okay, so the reason I asked the question is I offered to meet with you, right, and did everything you asked for, right? Everything. And you can't deny I didn't do that, and I did say we were happy to comply with
John, I got a question for you now with regard to this. You've talked enough. So,
Mr. Daly,
Mr. Daly, hold on.
I provided you evidence, screenshots.
Mr.
I
Daly.
presided you screenshots from the police department's schedule. You had all the evidence. You didn't need to meet with me. They changed records.
All right.
Records were provided by a whistleblower who has been under attack, has been threatened by members
All right.
of this communities,
So-
your employees, that you guys
All
haven't
right.
protected him.
But-
he has a complaint in with the
Gentlemen, we're getting off the
But
topic.
basically, you received
Excuse me.
evidence. There was no reason for me to
Mr.
come
Daly,
talk to you.
we're getting off the topic at hand.
I offered to meet with you, and you rejected that offer.
Because I asked for you
For 1
to turn
second,
over
please.
the investigation of the gunshots outside my home that have not
All right.
been investigated.
Mr.
My wife is
Daly.
the only witness to the gunshots outside my home.
Mr. Daly,
She has
please
not been
stay
interviewed.
on the topic
So-
at hand.
Yeah,
If you
so
choose
let me just
to...
add one last thing.
No,
and
I'm
then
not
gonna
allowing
leave.
you to say one
John,
last
did
thing.
you or did you not
Mr. Daly,
reserve
we are
the
talking
Gardens
about
of
item
Reflection
11,
for a
trash
political
hauler
event
service.
that you
This has
called the
nothing
Peace
to do
Vigil on
with your
behalf of
personal
Steve
political
Santaciero? We have an
motivations in this
RTK
township.
where you
Please.
violated an ordinance of this
End
township, and you had a
public
political
comment.
event at the Gardens of Reflection to attack
Madam
community
Solicitor,
members.
how do we
Yes or
address
no,
someone
John?
who will not...
You called me back, Dan.
Yeah.
I was ready to leave. John called me back.
So,
And I asked you both to please...
I
Yeah.
didn't need to come back. You asked me to come back. You
This has nothing to do
brought
with the
this
question he
Yeah,
brought,
no,
asked
it
you.
is, because
I said,
John-
Mr. Daly,
John is taking
stick
personal attacks
to
on me, and he's acting like
the
he's some
task
big
at
guy
hand.
up there. You sat out here on these stairs
Madam
and
Solicitor.
and shot the shit with
This
me
doesn't do any good
for 2
with
hours.
this individual.
No, you brought me back, Dan. You invited
We're
me back.
done.
You made the mistake.
All right.
Well,
All
learn
right.
from your mistakes.
I am asking
Dan. I'm
you
ready
to
leave. Would you like me
please-
to leave?
I would,
said enough.
yes, I would.
All right. You have a great night. In the future, don't call me back.
Good luck to Texas A&M against Yale. I do hope they win in the tournament tomorrow night.
oh, whoa.
Whoa, so please, for the record, note that Mr. Daly, what's the colloquialism? Flip the board, the bird? All right.
Dan Grenier authorized
Okay.
illegal surveillance into my family, and it's now... in
So
the
Mr. Daly loves to come to our meetings and make these comments. Our meetings, school board meetings, he accuses many, many people of many things, makes assertions, tries to intimidate other people. I've had it done personally to me.
I don't care.
I don't.
Go on.
Okay. Now, please.
I agree.
It's not your time to comment. It is our good friend Mr. Abrams' time to comment, and I would appreciate you making comments that, again, apply to
I got
item number
plenty.
11.
I got plenty. All right, first of all, no leaf collection means a friend of mine doesn't get a contract from here. Another small business that you're looking to ruin, okay? As far as Mr. Rubin over there, Mr. Rubin, my last bill was $90.48. No, just once.
Again, I appreciate the
don't
data
need-
points, but
Okay,
please direct
all
your
right.
comments to the
And
board.
that's
You know
fine,
how
and
this
this
works.
is a data point, because for transparency reasons, I support the McCulloughs to be able to do business in this township as a small township, but I'm not one of their customers. And the reason that I'm not is because I'm a single, live alone, and I need a once-a-week pickup. They only offered me a twice.
Oh, hold on. Are you okay back there?
They
You
on-
need help, we're here for you.
They only offered it twice.
I didn't hear it. Sorry, he said.
They only
continue.
offer a twice-a-week pickup. So now I have the option to go to somebody that offers once a week at a cheaper price. Now, what you're telling this community is that if you're going to once a week, the people with the larger families don't have a choice, and they're going to have rats and vermin and foxes and deer eating their trash. Okay? Because they need twice-a-week pickup. For me, I don't need it. Okay? I barely fill half the can. That's why you have a choice. All right, Cheryl, I'm sorry, I don't know your last name, but I need your resume. I need to know what type of industry professional. And the reason for that is that was the most insulting program that I have ever heard in my life when you're presenting it to industry professionals. Okay? I don't know whether to call it fake news or a lie or manipulation or just an outright fraud. But this is, no. this is
I
a
don't
problem.
appreciate the personal attack, first
No,
off.
he
and
said
that's
you're
really
the industry-
inappropriate, man.
He said you're the industry professional, and I need to see your background as a 45-year industry professional, because the data that you presented here is all wrong. All right.
Yeah. Mr. No, I'll give you back your time, don't worry. remember, the EAC is made up of volunteers. They've done research based on their own backgrounds, whether they're professional in the area,
Then don't
possibly
say
you,
she's an
or they
industry
are just
professional.
interested individuals that want to do the
Then
research
don't
to
announce
provide.
she's an
Excuse me,
industry-
let me finish. I will let you finish.
Okay,
You know, we always have good back and forth. I appreciate you.
it's fine.
He actually once said he appreciates my professional background when we were talking about the sewer system, and it blew my mind, and I appreciated that.
No, it's fine.
That being said, I just want everyone to remember here, the EAC is comprised of volunteers who are very passionate about helping the township. Whether you agree with them or not in their final assertions, they do the work. They have done the work for years as a group to provide a benefit to this township. Way back when, before as a supervisor, I joined the EAC because I have an environmental background, as you know, right? So I joined it because I thought maybe that's a way I could give back to the township by being part of the EAC. So I got to know members of the EAC. Some are environmental professionals, some have an environmental interest, and some are not, but they want to help in some way, shape, or form. It's not always research like this that the EAC does. But they spend a lot of time, a lot of their free time, unpaid, trying to do research to help this town. You heard on our community announcements earlier today, there's multiple events that they're coordinating that will benefit this township and its residents, from recycling events and a whole lot of other things. They try hard. Now, will we always agree with them as an advisory committee? No, we don't. I'll say that. Same thing as the planning commission, same thing as some of the other advisory boards that will say, hey, we want, like Park and Rec, they might want us to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on a new ball field or something. You know, a lot of us say no to that because, but anyway, I don't want to get off track, but I just, please have some respect for the EAC. Please treat everyone respectfully. We have made no decisions. I'll say that over and over again. And just try to keep the dialogue respectful. Provide your data. Provide your thoughts and opinions. I understand it's a passionate issue, so we expect some of that. But please, I beg you, please do not attack your neighbors, because they are your neighbors.
So let's get into real numbers. I'm at $90.48. A quarter is $361.82. The cheapest price you showed up there on the screen was $401. So what you're telling me is I should go to the haulers that you choose and take on a 15.76% increase as a single retired person. That's absurd, because your numbers are wrong.
Yeah.
All right? As far as the leaf collection goes, have you bought leaf bags lately? Do you know how much they are? $75 for the year for leaf, twice a week, leaf collection. It's pretty reasonable, $35 to pick up. You're going to spend more on leaf bags. As far as these trucks go, I'm going to ask you, if your car is in first gear, does it burn more or less gas than if it's in fourth or fifth gear? It burns more. So the truck going from house to house never gets out of first gear. Also, when these trucks sit, and I don't know how the new trucks are because I'm going back 40 years, the fuel injection pumps load up. That's why when you're sitting behind the truck on the highway at the traffic light, when it takes off, you see that big cloud of smoke come out of the exhaust. A lot of it's on-burn fuel. It's better today than it was years ago, but it's still there. So the truck that's going down the street in second, third, and fourth gear is actually polluting less than the truck that's going house to house and burning less fuel. If you're going to do this, if you're trying to regulate the number of trucks on the street, then you have to regulate Amazon, UPS, FedEx, and every other one, because they're flying up and down the street, and Mr. Daly went through Kinetic Energy, and they are causing a whole lot more damage than these couple of trash trucks. What else do I have here? Contracts. Okay, these haulers aren't going to work on a 3-year contract. They have a mega investment in these bins, and they're going to need their return on investment. They're not going to get it in 3 years.
So just so you're aware, and so everyone else is aware, second-class township code allows for up to a 5-year contract.
Right.
I just want everyone
Right,
to be aware that's
But if you say,
what
well,
we'll
we're
be.
going to do 3, they're going to say, well, we'll never get our investment back for our equipment.
I understand that, yeah.
All right, so that's a problem there. Every contract that I've ever negotiated, and I've negotiated with all the solid waste haulers, they worked on my terms and conditions. Why? because in the mid-'80s, I sold for BFI, who was the second largest trash hauler in the world. All right, and you know what happened? That contract was all loaded up with every single pitfall there was for price increases. So, I'm going to ask, and I know the answer, who here has negotiated a solid waste contract with a hauler? And the answer is none of you. So that means none of you know the pitfalls, and every one of you is going to put everybody behind me at risk for probably at least a 5-year period.
So,
Okay?
Again, if you're interested, at your earlier comment, we've had a few folks with significant background that have said they would like to participate in the future as part of some advisory role of some type. If you're interested in that, please let us know.
I'm just really interested in this contract, because you know I got a full house over at the school board.
Yeah.
And going back to Middletown, that was a circus what went on there in the last 6 months. Okay? They're paying more and getting less. And that's exactly what's going to happen if you put a contract here. I don't know where everybody's getting off here telling me how I have to live and what I have to live by. I understand your rules and regulations and everything else. But when you tell me that you're going to sign a contract with all kinds of pitfalls that is basically opening up my checkbook to the trash hauler, now I got a problem. Okay? Pay your taxes, they're always paid on time, but get your hands out of my pocket. Now, one important thing, you got $53 million that basically every one of us paid for because you at least doubled the sewer rates. Now, what I was told was that money was not available to the township until 2025. Last I checked, it's 2025. That money should have been getting somewhere between 4 and 5% interest. At 5% interest over the last 3 years, that would be, we are discussing $2.65 million per year.
We can actually give you probably a pretty exact number.
There should be a big number in escrow. So why don't you guys take that money and pay all of our trash bills for a couple years?
Well, so that's not how the, for those that aren't familiar, and again, I'm not going to relitigate the sewer sale. It's not something I was in favor of, but it happened, and we got the payment, and we had to deal with it, right? As part of that, there was what we'll call the sewer trust that was set up. That for $21 million or so of that 53 or thereabouts, plus some more since then. My numbers probably aren't exact, but somewhere around there. That money was put into a trust which collected interest, and you couldn't touch the principal of the trust for 3 years, or till now.
Right.
And as part of that, the interest then can be put towards, let's say, towards the general fund of the township or something else, but we can use the interest. We can't touch the principal,
Right.
but we can use the interest, which is something during the budget season last year we started talking about a little bit in terms of what we could do with that. But I just want to make sure everyone understands what Mr. Abrams is referring to, because it's a significant asset now to the township where we can look to do something with the interest in the future.
Right.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I'm going to go one more here. I believe when it was Whitetail, they were going to Montenay Incinerator, which is up off the turnpike at 495, which means that my trash was becoming trash to energy. Waste Management is taking their trash to the landfill. So what environmentally sound principles are you coming to if you're going to dump it in the landfill? Okay, they don't own the little incinerator anymore. Okay, and I'm sure they don't go there when they got a hole.
That's a very good point.
Yeah. So you may want to look at that. Is that an issue? I don't know. But the fact is, I, at this point, am able to have that option that I may want to pay more or less if I can get it to the incinerator, because that's really what I would prefer to do.
I appreciate the life cycle analysis of our trash is a big issue. I appreciate that, actually. Go ahead.
Mr. Abrams, if I could, real quickly. One thing that we were trying to do tonight is listen, and I appreciate your expertise. And I know you outside of here, and I know, for example, you're a gifted hockey coach. People tell me how amazing you were for them. Yeah. And what we're trying to do here is listen, understand, and get perspective. It's frustrating when everything is just invective and stuff. you had great points in there, ones that we're thinking of now that this process is bringing out, right? And that's a good thing, right? And we want to encourage that, not necessarily without the screaming or the calling, whatever, we're bad people or not. If we could focus less on the ad hominem attacks about people and more on what you have as constructive insight, that helps us make decisions. And I just want you to think about it from that. You know, you've known me for years. You know, you can talk to me even if you don't like me. I will listen.
This is not a popularity contest.
I know, yeah.
Okay? You attacked me, and you attacked all these other people, because what you're telling us is that you want to control our checkbooks.
No, respectfully, there's a potential.
I understand what you said. There's
Yeah.
a potential that you want to control our checkbooks and what we do and how much we pay for trash collection, which we now have an opportunity to shop and have competition. Okay? You want to take that away from me. Why are you entitled to do that?
But if you're asking me directly, it's actually enumerated under the second-class township code that we do have that ability. As it relates to regulating like the other kinds of trucks that you mentioned, whether it's UPS, FedEx, we don't have any regulatory authority over that. And that's a lot of the discussions that people have mentioned are things, whether it's Pennsylvania American Water or other PECO, we don't have regulatory authority.
But it's not broke. Why are you trying to fix it?
That's your opinion, right? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Charlie Chirayat. I've been living here 33 years, and all the 33 years I used one company. That is not the reason I came here. The reason I want to say is I believe in competition. If you go with one single contractor, any situation, they will come up with sugar-coated pills, and afterwards, step by step, they will increase the price with some reason beyond our control. They will say, come to the regulator. This is all over the world, it is going on. So it may look very attractive if you go to one company. I would suggest go with the competition. Second, because step by step they will increase the price. Then you don't have a control to get out of that. Everybody's stuck. No, you means you and me, everybody. So please consider competition. Secondly, I believe in small business. Please support small business in the community. Speaking of that, that is one reason I came. I've been 33 years living here, and all the 33 years I stayed with one company, McCullough. So I'm very happy. And not against anybody, this is a general statement, not against any statistics or anything. Any statistician knows that statistics is a manipulative tool. I'm not saying anybody is here doing that. Please don't misunderstand. General statement. And another word for statistics is called justification or rationalization. I'm not saying anybody is doing, but general, everybody knows statistics you can tilt whichever way you want. So please don't rely only on statistics. Take people's pulses, feelings, considerations, financial things, and that's all I want to say. Good night. Thank you.
Thank you. My father always used to say, statistics don't lie, statisticians do. That's another way of saying that. Sir.
Members of the board, my name is Tony Dixon, longtime resident of Lower Makefield Township, almost 40 years. And there are a couple things I'd like to share with you, but I see that clock getting perilously close to 11 o'clock, and I think there's one thing we can all agree on, and going back to hockey terms, let's get the puck out of here. But seriously, first, I'd like to thank you and also to thank the members of the Environmental Advisory Committee. I know you're trying to do the right thing. There's different approaches, different opinions, and we're all here to try to help you come to a good decision. There are a couple of things that strike me. First, just an observation. It may have been better in an effort to try to make for more civil and focused discussion to have had this posted prior to this meeting. Perhaps you weren't required to do so, but I think overall it might have made things a little bit easier for tonight's discussion. Most importantly, Lower Makefield Township, like many other places, has a trash problem. It's a big trash problem. I can't, for one, understand how the system that we have now, with all the trash it produces and with whatever inefficiencies it has, can be so dramatically improved to the point where fewer trucks, fewer collections, X amount of trash, Y amount of trucks that hold Z amount of garbage. It's tough. Is it necessary just to have two options from where we are now to where it's been suggested that we go? Respectfully, I'd suggest no. There are things that I believe you can do and probably have been doing behind the scenes. First, if we have problems with existing trash haulers, tell us. Do that through your hearings, do that through your publications. If they rise to the level of real concern, put their butts in a chair for a public hearing and let's address it one-on-one. And I think that might go a long way with the political, not necessarily legal, but political clout that this body wields. And I guess my bottom line issue, frankly, is concern about the right that I have now to choose in a limited area of competition, 3 haulers perhaps in our township, and how that might change at the end of a 3-year contract period where maybe one or more of those existing haulers is gone. I think a limited field and less competition is not the way to go, quite honestly. And in the final analysis, and with all due respect, I think I can do more by picking up a phone and telling a contractor who's not performing to my standards and my expectations that you're fired. And pick another contractor who, in my heart and mind, will do a better job, and hopefully for a more reasonable price. So I thank you for your time, and I hope you consider that array of options that we have. One other point, and that is, I think the Environmental Committee did raise the question about yard waste, and maybe there's something to be done there. And my suggestion is, why not talk to the existing haulers and ask if they have the wherewithal, the ideas, the ability, the equipment to handle that, and the township has a place where perhaps that could be dealt with. We all like trees, we all like bushes. We've been subject to some pretty strong storms lately. It's created an awful lot of yard waste, and putting it in the dump isn't necessarily the best solution for that. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it.
James Mead, resident of Lower Makefield Township. I have about 6 points, most of which have been made, so I'll try not to push them too far.
Appreciate it.
The first one is, we talked about the trucks. There are 14 trucks. You can't haul the trash. There's 3 guys hauling trash for 14 trucks. 1 guy hauling trash. It's still going to take 14 trucks to cover the same number of houses. The number of trash isn't going to go down. Just so the amount of truck and the waste is going to be the same. So, and why would we just pick on the waste management trucks or any of the waste trucks? We got UPS trucks and Amazon trucks. If you look at my neighborhood, I could count 40 Amazon trucks in one day coming back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. They do more damage on the road than the garbage trucks do. So we should look at more than just one thing. We start to look at what's the damaging cause of our roads. Don't point it in one direction. I think there's a lot more there. 2, I really think that one of the problems I'm having, and I think many of the residents here have, is I have a choice. And that's a very valuable and very important choice. If you work for me and I don't like your service, the first thing I do is I have a conversation with you. Because you work for me, I can have that conversation. When you go through the township, and now I'm working the contract to the contract, I have to go to the contract, you have to talk to them, they then come back to you, then you come back to me. I've just added a ton of red tape to solve a problem that we could just do with a simple conversation with the hauler. So that's the first. The second is the ability to say, hey, you're fired. I can find somebody else because I have competition. The other part of that competition breeds reduced price because the 3 of them are competing for my business. Every year I get calls from all 3 of those servicers saying, I want to serve you. Now, I happen to use one for a long time, but that doesn't matter. Every year, I look at what's coming on, because I'm retired and money's tight. So guess what? The second part I'd like is what he just described. If there's a way to start to look at the leaf, the debris from the yard waste, and find a way to use our trash stuff and use the haulers, or can they do it in some kind of a split way through a township contract there? Great, I'd love to see that. But I don't think messing with everybody's individual needs and requirements is a good plan. I think we should really rethink that. And I think the second thing is, if you're going to talk about the damage to the roads, take a look at all of the damage statistics that the Transportation Department puts out. There's way more information about cars and car pollution and trucks and truck pollution. We got a very limited and small presentation. I recognize you were focused in one area, but I think that we should do a lot more before we start to point at that finger. So I think that's all I really want to say. I want to be able to say thank you again. Thank you again for the try. I think there's more to be added.
Appreciate your comments.
Hi, good evening. My name is Bob Lang from Dawn Lane. I'm a lifelong resident of Lower Makefield. I've been in 4 different properties in Lower Makefield and seen a lot of different things in different parts of the township. I am very much in favor of freedom and my freedom to do what I want to do, to run my life, to run my economics. It's important to me as a senior citizen and to control those myself. A lot of the things that I've crossed off my list here have already been said. I do think that there were a lot of seniors here tonight, and seniors are going to be the ones that get hurt the most. I mean, it's just my wife and I in my house now, and I can choose the service that I want that services us. I don't want to pay a nominal amount more, even if it's a nickel more, to make up for the family who has 6 kids, and it's going to be combined at a township rate that's averaged out. I just don't want that. It's not what I live in Lower Makefield for. Moving on, I think that the competition and everything that everybody said is a real important issue. My mother-in-law lives in Middletown. It's a shame what's happening over there. And she's in the house by herself. I know a lot of people in New Jersey and relatives that are in New Jersey and connected to different trash haulers in different townships, probably 5 or 6. There's a lot of different scenarios. Nothing works better than the service that we get in Lower Makefield by the different offerings from different haulers, that we can really get what we need for our individual needs. Moving forward, I believe in less government, not more. A township combined hauler is just more government. And as Dave just said, more red tape in order to get the service that you need. I'm not in favor of that. This issue seems to be a pretty hot potato. And you know, seniors, I mean, in my neighborhood, seniors make up about 10% of my neighborhood. And in other neighborhoods, I bet it's a lot higher. And we all know that seniors come out to vote. I don't think you should make this such a hot issue that it becomes a political situation when election time comes around. There has been a lot of effort put into this. And in my opinion, the amount of time and effort put into it by these folks and 12 or 14 years ago, I don't think it would have saved any of the residents $50 if we went, a quarter into this situation. And if we took that amount of effort and maybe put it into an efficiency of what this government is doing and its costs, I bet we could save the township taxpayers more money that way, and I would volunteer for that committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of the governing body and to the environmental members. Mr. Lewis, my name is David Klusik. Thank you for opening this period with my comments in my note to you. You covered a lot of them, but not quite all of them.
And I would have responded to your email as I've responded to 40-plus others, yeah.
That's fine. Whenever you get to it is fine. I understand. There are a couple of items I do want to mention. One is I was here years ago as well, and I didn't really hear anything different today than we covered years ago. And one of the things that I wondered about was, according to the presentation and your comments, that this study was requested by the governing body. What prompted that? What changed? And I asked that in my note to you as well, and I hope you'll be able to answer when you respond. The other items that I wanted to mention are that, Mr. Chairman, you mentioned the data-driven decision, but we've had very scarce data tonight. There's been no data on projected savings, no data on emissions, no data on energy, no data on the key themes that apparently brought the study to be aired again. And then from a consumer standpoint, I would mention that I, as a one pickup per week household, I have no interest in subsidizing those that need to do more. They're free to do that, and they're free to pay for that. Good for them. That's not what my needs are, and having multiple purveyors lets me make that choice. Finally, just a contextual comment, if I can. People are upset about a number of things, and we don't have a good track record here of managing private enterprises that the township has gotten involved in. Many people have mentioned the sewer situation. Longer ago, and before I came here, 18 years ago, I think, the golf course debacle is still hanging over our heads. We're still paying millions and then had to pay millions more.
They'll be on the agenda next, too, so you can hear some more stuff. So we appreciate what you're saying.
I'm sure it will. So thank you very much for hearing us out tonight. Thank you very much for all the work that you and your committee have done, and we'll be following along.
Did you want an answer to your question?
You can write it to me.
Okay.
Yeah. I will say thank you for writing out some very thoughtful comments. They were very helpful tonight.
Good evening. My name is Charlie Halboth, Halboth. I live on Yardley Marcel Road, and I've lived in the township for about 30 years. Thanks to those of you who are trapped and to those of you who have stuck it out through this whole process. I'll be brief, and I'll say something different. Your current situation with trash haulage is a multiple service provider system. You are trying to move to a one provider system, which means you have a single point of failure. If you are doing a true risk analysis in that situation, there might be a very low probability of a failure of that one provider, but the consequences will be catastrophic, and you will be on the news, and whoever comes up for vote for election in the next cycle won't be reelected, because it will be a real mess. How do I know that, or how do I know parts of that? I've been a consulting engineer for 40 years or so, and part of that time, I worked for bonding companies. You all have thrown the term of getting a bond around like it's a safety blanket that Peanuts and Charlie Brown would use. I want to tell you something, it's not. Have you ever pulled a bond on a service provider? I don't believe you have, because not many people do it. When you do it, you get a couple of lawyers in dark suits and me. Eventually you get them. After you've tried to communicate with them for months and they've blown you off, you eventually get people who are going to come and who will prove that it's your fault. That's what you're going to get. So you want to wrap your arms around this concept of a bond for your single provider. You are living in a very, very, very artificially secure world. Your potential consequences are enormous. Thank you for your time.
So, just to clarify on the bond issue, the reason that term has been brought up is because it's part of the second-class township code, and it has to be brought up legally whenever a township is looking at contracting a trash hauler. It's not something that we're making up. Sir, I understand you're no longer at the microphone. You've done your public comment. But I just want to clarify why that term's been brought up. It's not just because we like saying the word. It's part of the legal process that we would have to entertain if we actually wanted to do this. So just want to clarify.
Diane Lippman, Reading Avenue. I'm going to come to you from a perspective of a twice-a-week trash pickup person. Our house pays for that extra because that's what we choose to do. If you go to a once a week and you require everybody to have once a week, The people who have twice a week, that have bigger families or have the need for a twice a week, are now limited to once a week. Say that day falls on a holiday. Now we're going to pile up all that trash, and it's going to sit there for another week. Now we have to lug a bunch of stuff to the curb. Now it looks horrible on the side of our house. It starts in the summertime to smell outrageously. Maggots, rodents. I don't want that at my house. I don't want that going to my neighbors' homes. I prefer to have the choice of having twice a week pickup. And I like having the choice and the decision of my own and my husband's to decide who we want and who best fits into our budget. I please respectfully ask you to allow us to still maintain that choice for every household in Lower Makefield. Thank you.
Appreciate your comments.
Hello again, Albert Hayes from 38 years here, or since '83 in Lower Makefield. Just as a point of reference, looking at the cost at the different townships, what they have for contracts. So I just got my March bill. I get one trash pickup, one recycle pickup per week, and we get bulk pickup. So our bill was $91.50 for a quarter, which is $366 a year. That's at least 14%, close to 14% less than what we saw here on the chart. Well, the numbers on the chart might only be rounded, just a point of reference. The second point I want to ask about is just in terms of billing. It won't break my budget to pay a trash bill once a year, whether it's for $200 or $400 or $600 a year, but I get billed quarterly now. In terms of cash flow, it's just a little bit nicer. And then the last point, I just want to say thank you for having this meeting and presenting all this information and letting us provide our feedback, and we'll see how it moves forward. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Cheryl Hennessy, 1354 Yardley, Newtown Road. And I've lived here 41 years. The one thing that I don't really think has been addressed, it's just something for you to think about, to please consider for in the future. What kind of restrictions would there be for yard waste? Because the picture shown was a trash can that had some weeds in it. It was staged, I'm sure. And so if you have a large yard, you have a lot of hedges, you're going to have a lot of yard waste. And sometimes if you have a lot of trees, that's an unimaginable number of bags. And if you're talking about environmental waste, bags are an environmental waste, all those bags. I'm talking hundreds if you have a property with a lot of leaves. So just please, and then sticks, and like we've had the weather that's created all of this. I mean, are they going to have to be tied up? How many are you allowed to put out at any given time? It just, the fact that now we can bring them over and drop them off at the yard, it's a nice service that we have, because you never know when you're going to need that. So that's what I'm just asking you to please consider.
Thank you for your comments.
Pam Ottenheimer. I've been Yardley Run, Lower Makefield Townships resident for 36 years. I'm not going to talk about my own experience, except for my experience today and yesterday. And that was trying to get some more information about what other people have done in their areas, in their townships adjoining. And so I checked out Newtown, and I found that Newtown went through this kind of thing, I do believe, in 2023, and eventually it did not come to pass. They did not change. But John Mack, a supervisor, was very interested in what the opinions of all the people in Newtown Township were. So he sent out a very simple survey to available to everyone. I don't know that he sent it to every home, but it was available to everyone. And he got answers, and all he said is, are you in favor of, or are you against switching to a single provider? Or would you rather have a choice? Or would you be in the maybe column if there were certain provisions added in? And he said 41% of the people came up with they want to keep the status quo. 30% of the people, this is approximately because I lost my numbers, but it was 30-something who wanted one hauler, and about 29 who had ideas that should be added in. And what's great about that is he did publish a summary of all those opinions from the people, and I was going to read a few of them, but I won't, because I think a lot of them, especially in favor of in favor of a choice, are here, and I really like them. But you can see them, they're still online. All you have to do is look up John Mack. He still does a lot of research into what people think. So then I thought, well, what can I do now in one day here or in a couple of hours? I thought, okay, I'll look at the Lower Makefield Township on Facebook and see what people are saying. And I saw that there were 140 comments. So I thought, I'll just quickly read these and see if I can give the against, for, and the maybes. So I did, except that somehow around 105, I don't know, I lost the page. And so I did 105 comments. And what I got, just for your interest, if you have your curiosity about this, I found 37 who are totally against a single hauler, 10 who were definitely for a single hauler, and there were 4 maybes with provisions added, and unfortunately there were 34 either unclear, changed the subject, or downright sarcastic comments. So be ready if you look at those. That's about it. That's all I have to say.
Appreciate it. Social media for you.
I'm Mary Wonder. I've been in the township 30 years. First, I want to say thank you. If you're looking to save us money, I'm all for it. But I just want to, last night I happened to go out to dinner, and 2 of the people I went with were from Middletown Township. So I asked them how they like their trash. Now, they only been with Waste Management for 2.5 months. But they said they have to get used to some of the changes. One of the big changes that they didn't like, and of course they were older like me, was the 96-gallon roll thing. They said it was very heavy, and it's hard when it's filled up with trash to bring it down. They don't have a choice of a 64 one. The other thing is they had work done on their house, and the yard waste they're not allowed to put out till April. So it is now on the side of their house because they can't put it out. I think they said it goes from April to October for yard waste. So it's just some of the things that we should be looking at. The other thing they complained about was the bulk. Once a month, but it's only one item. So somebody in their neighborhood over in Cynthia Gate got 2 new chairs, but they would only take one month, and then the next one the next month. It's only one item. So when we talk about, oh, it's bulk, are we talking one item, or could you put 2 items? It's just something I think we should all discuss. I thank you. I do thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Lori Gray. I am a resident of Lower Makefield Township. And I thank the EAC at the directive of the supervisors for creating this proposal. However, I am not in favor of a single trash hauler. I am in favor of smaller government with less government control over my decisions as a resident. I want the freedom of choice, as other people have said. freedom to choose who I want to pay for trash service, and it's not McCulloch, although it might be after tonight. I'm not sure. I might have to give them a call. What days I want service, what type of service I want to be empowered to manage what I control. A monopoly will eventually result in higher prices and less service. As we all know, healthy competition is good for all. It's been said several times this evening. This decision will be a lasting decision for the township long after you're no longer supervisors of the township. This came up before, and I have it on here. First of all, I did like Supervisor Ross' suggestion of opt-in, opt-out. Does it have to be one for all? And I question, why is this not a referendum like the open space referendum was on a ballot for voters? So, versus a decision being made by the board.
It might be. I mean, we're simply starting a conversation.
I didn't know if
right
there
now.
was like,
Yeah.
no, I don't know. I want to
get
be
it, but-
educated on that because
Yeah,
I wasn't sure.
it
Like,
might
is there a
be.
difference in what can go on as a referendum versus what doesn't?
Yeah. Well, to Supervisor Blondie, what you just said, this is the first, obviously this occurred many, many years ago, before some of us lived in the township, right? And we've heard different people have different requests or complaints or ideas, opinions, whatever, so it came back up several years later. This is the first presentation we get. Obviously, the first time you hear something, people have a tendency, and it's kind of ripping the Band-Aid off. It hurts, and people might scream a little bit because it hurts. But once you get into it, you know, you start to figure out what works, what doesn't, you know, stay or go, what are the options? It's set referendum versus some other decision or something else. We don't know.
Okay, so
full
there is the
transparency.
option that it could be a referendum for voters to vote.
I don't know that it is, but we would have to confirm that, I mean, in terms of this specific issue.
Yeah.
So to just, as it relates to the open space issue, it was an electoral debt question, so that was required to be on the ballot.
That's right, that's right.
So again, just looking quickly at the referendum handbook that the Commonwealth produces, I don't know that this specific issue, it's not there's not enabling legislation that permits any issue to be placed on referendum. But again, obviously, there's mechanisms to solicit feedback.
There's like a
beyond-
ballot question. There's other ways. Right.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
We're little, I know people keep saying that the decision's been made and that there's not enough data. Of course there's not data. This is the first discussion.
Right.
These questions that you're bringing to our attention, these things to consider, that's all a part of the process. So
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
I want to introduce myself to the board. My name is Mark Lind. I'm the individual who wrote the letter that I
the attorney.
referenced earlier. I was born and raised in the township. I did move away for college, work, eventually moved back here in 2019. I want to mention that one of the first times when I first moved here, and in 2019, and I had to privately negotiate with an individual trash contractor that I had to select after reviewing the township's webpage. I'll tell you that experience was a sort of alien experience after living in what I would say are other more progressive towns, cities throughout the country. Didn't really think about it much, I would say, until a few years later during COVID. And I think what really prompted me to have an interest in this issue, and I believe I sent a letter to the board several years ago. I don't know how it actually got on the agenda, but I know I did raise it. And the reason I raised it is I can't think of a single objective reason why my neighborhood needs trash trucks every single day of the week, period. And I have not heard anyone talk about any of those things. The only thing I want to leave with today is I got a sense today that there's a lot of talk about the need for competition. Obviously, I would agree with that. I also hear a lot of sentiment about McCulloch. And I really want to pose this question to the board and to the community at large. I think that we're thinking that if we go through with the bidding process, there's no way McCulloch is going to have a fair shot. There's no way they can win. They're going to be squeezed out. We're all going to be stuck with waste management that's going to subject us to their monopolist ways. I think that there is potentially another option. It would involve changes to the law, so I'm not saying that these are easy things. But I think it's possible for us to favor McCullough, and what I really wonder is, would the community accept a single hauler if the single hauler was McCullough? There you go.
Well, it's a good question. It's a fair question. I
Just
appreciate
trying to
it.
have a conversation. Thank you for your time, everyone.
Thank you.
Rob Ottenheimer. I was on the other topic earlier, so I'll just make this really short. First of all, McCullough said that they don't have the capital resource and wouldn't spend the money to go after a contract based on the resources necessary. So I think they would be taking themselves out. Going back, everyone's really interested in what's going on here, but one thing that was mentioned earlier, we didn't hear the answer, is who actually requested that you guys look at this? And was there any legal requirement that you needed to open it up? Because I saw on the website, it said that we have been requested, as in the EAC, to bring this back up. So could you divulge who asked you guys to look at this?
Sure, I was asked that question previously. Supervisor Ross served in Yardley Borough Council before moving to Lower Makefield. And so once he moved to Lower Makefield, he was brought this up as something to consider. And so we took a look at that, and that's what prompted it. And so it's not like anything special or anything like that. You know, I said, sure, what the heck? Let's take a look at this, right? Anything nefarious, I mean, we all make choices. Well, I mean, we've been accused of a whole bunch of stuff this evening, so, yeah. But the point is that we make choices about the issues that we talk about and think about, and this is one of many. There's other environmental issues that we chose this before, okay? So that's why that occurred.
It looks to me like I wouldn't touch this one with a 10-foot pole if I was sitting where you're sitting.
Yeah, but on the other hand, I would say to you that just because some folks are angry or cranky, right, doesn't mean that you don't consider an issue, right? If you only take the stuff that's easy or popular, right, you're not doing your job. And I will tell you this, and I don't want to over-answer your question, but a lot of our work is to find things that are potential problems down the road, right? And sometimes we miss on those, right? Like I didn't plan to learn all about jet fuel pipelines, but I've had to, right? That wasn't what I thought of as a higher risk thing. These things change over time. We make tests. And I hope that we're listening, that you're hearing us listen to you. We may not agree, but we listen, right?
Understand. Thank you.
Thank you. I see I'm assuming that's end of the comment in here. I do see the red light on and back. For those unfamiliar, that usually means there's someone online or on the phone. So I'll pose the question. Do we have any public comment online or on the phone?
Yes, we have 5 callers online.
Okay.
We're bringing them in right now. First person coming in, Mary Ann. And Mary Ann, you're in now with the board, the address board.
All right. Mary Ann, before you begin your comments, can you please state your name and whether you're Lower Makefield Township? Then you can begin your comments, please.
Yes, hello, this is Mary Ann Lang. I am a Lower Makefield Township resident for 42 years. I'm opposed to going to a single trash server. I don't find having just one server being something that we as residents would benefit from. I find it, and as far as this meeting this evening, there was a question as to why so many people are interested in showing up. And I think that based on the history of the past, as far as decisions that have been made without the residents' input, and essentially the sewer, selling our sewer. I think that was a major decision that had been made that the residents really did not have a an opportunity to speak up. Actually, we did speak up, but I don't think we were heard. And I think that the decision was made without our input, and that's why we're here this evening.
Marianne, thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
All right, have a good night.
Okay, next caller we have is Lisa, and we're bringing Lisa into the live room.
Hey, Lisa, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Hi, Lisa, Lisa, I think
am
you
I
know
up?
the drill, but if you could please
Okay,
say your name
Sure.
and Lower Makefield Township, and you can.
okay. Yes, Lisa Tenney, 156 Pinnacle Circle. I was disappointed in that there wasn't a lot of data, especially environmentally speaking. So I quickly looked up some emissions, and for the same distance a trash truck travels, 15 cars create the same amount of emissions. Now, there was also no data on how many cars travel on the roads in Lower Makefield Township. So there wasn't any data there. There's also quite a number of Amazon trucks. You got school buses, UPS, landscaping, trucks galore, and township, including, police and those. So the data isn't there to support environmental. It's not that impactful. The reduction in cars would be, because for every 291 million vehicles on U.S. roads, the number of trash trucks is 0.15 million, which is less than 1%. So I do appreciate the effort made to be environmentally friendly, but it does seem that the data presented to us really doesn't support that. And in fact, I spoke with a lot of neighbors, and all the people that spoke before me have done an eloquent job of why it's not a good idea. And yes, the people here in the township don't feel heard, quite frankly, and that was also demonstrated. So there's no data, and in fact, I would have liked to have seen the Environmental Advisory Committee. We have green space. What about the other things that we can do which would have a greater impact? Planting trees, limiting development. We have now apartments galore, housing, more cars, more impervious surface. And we can continue to allow this to happen, and people want expanded impervious surface on their property. That always gets allowed. So, and also, what happened to the retrofitting of the basins, the preservation of creeks and wetlands?
Dr. Tenney?
Data.
Dr. Tenney?
Yes.
I would encourage you, I would say the EAC, just for your benefit, I would say the EAC is very concerned about all of those issues you brought up and has addressed those and continues to address those as best they can. I would encourage you, since you brought up impervious area and some other things, to listen in to item 13, our new stormwater management ordinance that's coming up. It is touted as one of the most progressive in the state, if we can get there.
very
But I would encourage you to keep a listen on that, because we are looking at all those issues. This is just one of them that has been brought to our attention to discuss and consider, but, you know.
Yes, I know, and I apologize. I did notice there was a lack of data, and they do strive to do to be their very best, and I appreciate that. It's not that many people care that much about the environment, so their efforts appreciated.
And we appreciate your comments. Have a good night.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next call we have coming in is Brendan. Hold on one second.
Okay.
Brandon's in the live room now.
All right. Brendan, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
If you,
thank you.
Yeah. Please state your name and whether or
Can you
not
get-
you're a resident, and then you can get to your comments.
Appreciate that. Brendan Papard. I am a resident here in Lower Makefield Township for the last 15 years. It's been a long night on this. A lot of what I was going to say has already been said, so I'll just cover a few things in response to some things that happens. And I want to point out, I was a New Jersey resident before I moved here, and the comments about the quality of the single hauler service that I received in New Jersey are accurate. It was not good, to put nicely. It was impossible to get issues addressed in any timely fashion. When my wife and I moved here, we were very pleased to discover that we could select our own trash hauler. We did. That service was good for a while, and then they wanted to reduce us to once a week, and so we switched. And so I guess you know who I'm with now, because they already said they're the only ones that now offer twice a week. But that's very important to us. And if you were to move to a single hauler, aside from the questions about the quality of the service, which I am concerned would degrade, and the cost of the service, which I'm not convinced there's a savings, but I'm prepared to see what you come up with. I am very concerned about my ability to choose what service level I get. And I think you've heard that from a number of people. And I'll just respond to the gentleman who said he had reached out to the ESC. Why do we need so many trucks? Basically, why do we need so many haulers? And the answer to that is because each household has a different need. And I would posit that, and you've heard this, each household in the township knows its service needs better than you. Not that you guys aren't very smart or diligent. You are, and you've listened patiently, and I appreciate that. But you do not know our needs individually better than we do. And so I'll stop there. I know there's, as you've said, no decisions tonight, but if this is something you're bringing up again, there'll be opportunity to discuss further. Supervisor Ross, I would love to have a conversation with you, because hearing that you came from Yardley, and that does have single hauler, your experience may have been different than mine, and I would love to talk with you about that. So I'll answer any questions if any of you have them, but I know it's been a long night, so thank you.
My email's on the website. Feel free to email me.
Yes.
Yeah, that's no problem.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Papard, for your comments. Appreciate it.
Okay, we just brought in Anthony.
Anthony, can you hear us?
Yep, I'm here. You guys can hear me?
Yes. Please state your name and whether or not you're a resident, and then you can complete your comments.
Sure. My name is Anthony Scarangelli. I'm a resident in Yardley Crest. I'm also an attorney. And before I get to my point, I just wanted to, for the record, just state one thing quickly. I wanted to thank the township manager and board member, John Lewis, for getting back to me yesterday with some questions I had about tonight's meeting. Specifically, I asked how much time each resident would have, because I'm a newer member to the community. I've been here for about 3 years now with my family. And they got back to me very quickly, and that was nice. But I also asked specifically for any, plan or report that the EAC was going to deliver or present tonight. And they said, they basically touched on some points of it, but didn't actually deliver the report. And I had the hindsight of attending tonight's meeting virtually from home And as I think somebody mentioned on the board, it was actually sent out, right after they presented. But I think this conversation could have been a little bit more informed and robust had that report been sent out before the meeting. And I don't know if the board is legally obligated to send out that report before the meeting. But even if they're not, I think it would help with some transparency. And like I said, have a more informed conversation for the community. But having said that, I'll get to my point as quickly as I can. I just want to say that I'm, against the concept of a single trash hauler, and I'm supporting taxpayers' rights to choose. Despite any minimal carbon offsets that the ESA might be promising here, making this change will be at the detriment of the affordability and level of service options available to the community currently. We know by economic theory and historical insight that a free market does the job infinitely better than a compulsory monopoly of a bureaucratic government. I moved from a place with only one trash hauler. The company was not responsive to my inquiries or requests from the community because they knew the community members had no other choice. That single trash hauler had no incentives to lower their prices, provide any level of customer service, or improve efficiencies because the township decided to eliminate all competition. I hope the board here is persuaded not to make the same mistake. My trash, my choice. If you have any questions, please let me know.
Great comment. Thank you, Anthony. We appreciate your comments. That may be the quote of the night. My trash, my choice.
We just brought Beth into the room. Call her Beth.
Beth, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
We can. Please state your name and whether or not you're a resident, and then you can make your comments.
Sure. My name is Beth Wold, and yes, I am a resident. I grew up in Yardley and lived most of my adult life in Northampton Township, where we had the single trash hauler, which was incorporated in our taxes. And we never had an issue at all with that system. I've listened throughout the evening about people talking about concerns about the quality of service. And basically, if there was ever an issue, you would contact the company directly. And in the 20 years that I lived in Northampton Township, I made one phone call, and my issue is addressed immediately. Just as we have Whitetail right now, which has transformed into I don't know what the name of the new company is, but we've not had any problems. As a resident of Yardley for the last almost 10 years, we started out with the one company that everybody seems to be rallying for, and that actually was a problem for us, that particular company, and we were not satisfied with that. When I called the township to talk about some options of looking at a single company to service the township, Majewski had said that was something that has been on the docket for a while, and I'm very pleased that you're considering this because I think it makes a lot of sense, especially with the fall cleanup and the spring cleanup. As far as yard waste, I think it's a waste of money to be hiring privately to have people come around, and in the meantime have loads and loads of leaves and other debris waiting to be picked up. I think it's dangerous and it's unsightly. So I want to thank you all for your time and your consideration. Honestly, I feel that you're all volunteers because there's not enough stipend for what you're doing, and I appreciate all the work that you do.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
The last caller, Luke. Luke is in the room.
Luke, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, please state your name and whether or not you're a resident, and then please give us your public comment.
Thanks. This is Luke Butler. I'm a resident of Lower Makefield Township. And first of all, I wanted to thank the EAC for their work they did, earnestly trying to do something good for the people of the township. I'm sorry for the way that you and your work have been attacked by a few members of the public tonight, and that was a shame, and I apologize for that. Second, there's been a lot of doubt expressed tonight about how much damage these trash trucks could be causing to our roads. And That's a big issue because road maintenance expenditures now comprise 20% of our township real estate tax bill. That's 20 with a 20. There's like 4 mils for the roadway improvement fund and about $1 mil for the road paving loan. And if memory serves, the township engineers said that even at that rate, we're not keeping up with the maintenance needs that we have. So it's a big question about how much wear and tear is being caused by the trash trucks. Just a little searching over the last few days. Once this item went on the agenda, I found a study that was done by the city of Fort Collins. They had an outside consultant come in 2022, and they concluded that they have about 3.5 haulers average per residential street there. And those 3.5 haulers accounted for 24.4% of the wear on their residential roads. And that would drop down to just 8% of total road wear under a single hauler. Lower Makefield, we probably have about 2/3 of truck visits. So all other things being equal, trash trucks are causing about 15 to 16% of all the road damage in the township. And on a 30-year road, that's about 5 years of wear. So that would drop down to about 2 or 3 years of wear with a single hauler, all other things being equal. And anyone interested in that, don't take my word for it. You can if you just search Fort Collins trash study, you'll find the study and you can read it all for yourself. But I think we all understand the benefits and pleasure of having, individual, instantaneous choice of goods and services. But when we're fighting as a community to have freedom of choice over our trash hauler, we are fighting for potholes and pollution in our neighborhoods, and we're all going to pay for it one way or another down the road. And then lastly, I'd love to hear more about, and as exploration and research goes on, I'd love to see more work looked into on the avenue of an opt-in option. So it's sort of like a group contract that you can opt in or opt out of. I think that might be a great solution. And then a couple people have asked, but I'd like to add to the request that the board consider adding this to a ballot issue, a ballot question, or something like that, because I think it would be even though I'm pretty sure the trash lobby would probably drive the result to not the one I want, I still think it might be the best way for the community to have a say today and make a decision for us. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Luke. Appreciate your comments.
Absolutely. Appreciate you. Good night.
Have a good night. I believe that's our last caller.
That was our last caller.
All right. Woo. I'll say we did it, but we're not. Yes. So thank you, everyone that's still here, everyone that's watching at home, everyone that watches this later on YouTube or on the Township website. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for your comments and your ideas. Those that have said that they would like to participate in the future because of their professional backgrounds, we appreciate your volunteerism. We get a lot of great volunteers in this town. I think that's super helpful. With that can...
Dan, if I may, I would like to make a closing remark.
Jim, if you don't mind, and Dan, if you don't mind, I want to thank you too, and Alan, if you're still here, specifically, I know this is the first time that you've had the joy of participating in public comment, and my apologies, even if somebody doesn't want me to give them, on behalf of everyone. It should never become a personal attack. We appreciate you using your expertise to help build a dialogue for the community. So thank you, Jim, thank you, everyone.
All right, I know it's getting late, but I would like to make a couple of brief comments before we leave. Firstly, this has been an educational experience, I think, for everybody attending here tonight. Now, I was going to say there was a lot of different ways to skin a cat, but my wife's an ethical vegetarian, so I hope she's not listening to this comment, okay? I think there's a lot of doors that you can come in with a project like this. And we made some recommendations tonight, but based upon what we learned, I think we're willing to certainly make other recommendations as well. The bottom line is that we simply have to get trash trucks off our streets. And generally, there's monetary benefits to that, but there's also incredible environmental benefits to that. The EAC labors under the theory that a healthy environment enables all life forms on Earth to flourish and thrive. I think that's a very, very simple concept. And if you buy into that, then when you're dealing with environmental matters, you have to give them very, very high priority. And that's exactly what we've done in everything basically we've touched over the years, and especially with this project tonight. So we are very hopeful that this dialogue is going to continue. A continuous dialogue like this is in the benefits of all the people in our township. And the EAC is certainly willing to give any of its expertise that we have to future dialogues. Again, I want to thank everybody for listening to our report tonight, and enjoy the rest of your evening, okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Well, EAC is probably not done for the evening, given one of our other items coming up, if Alan's going to be around. But thank you so much. We've known each other for years now, and we appreciate all the hard work you're doing. Any other board comment or anything else before we move on to the next topic? Going once?
All right.
Going to, all right.
Thank you.
Thank you. No, there's no, clearly there's no action being taken tonight, and there was no plan to, so just so you're aware. All right. Can't believe no one wants to, oh, well, we have some people sticking around for this. Item number 12, I will call up the folks from from Spirit who are talking about the Makefield Highlands Bar renovation project. At this point, did you bring the bar with you?
Could use it right now. Your mic on.
I know you have her email address, so if you could please do that. Thank you very much.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to return after a couple of weeks ago. I apologize myself for not being able to be here. I was out of the country. I know Kevin did his best to try to answer your questions and go through the process of where we are with the bar renovation and the needs and those things. So we did hear you, and I certainly hope I can take the time tonight to tackle all the questions you had and maybe clarify a few things as far as the process. As I listened to the meeting, I just want to be clear. We did put this out there as a capital project back in 2023. At that time, I made a proposal that we split the time between 24 and 25 for the capital to be laid in between the end of the year in 24 and into the early season of 25. That capital proposal is what we sat with Dave and at that time Barry Luber, and when Barry Luber then made his presentation on the capital, that was in the budget at that time. We did it that way for the purpose of expediting the work in the off season, so that half the money could be spent through the winter months into December, and then finish up in January and February with the project. As the time went on and we continued to discuss this, we did have some discussion at the golf committee level. We were looking at this as a conversation of needing to get this done. The topic of the Board of Health did come up, I think, in the past meeting. I think David did receive a call from the Board of Health just to kind of verify what we were saying regarding the need to get the repairs done.
Yes, that is correct. Yep.
It was not in the minutes of the Board of Health, obviously, because they did not write it up. They were working on the assumption that we were moving towards renovation so that would be resolved. As we kind of went through the process of the 25 budget, obviously we had the full budget in for 25 that was approved, which then basically triggered us to start the workflow for getting this project done. So once it was approved, we took that, and then we did have, I'll back up a little bit, we did have some concept drawings early on that I think we shared, I think it was the time we had the Yardley Borough and Lower Makefield Township meeting at the golf course, and I think we had a couple of conversations about it and shared a concept drawing, and so that was about a year ago. And then from that concept drawing and from those discussions, we did take in and work on some ROI and put together some of that. So the work was being done behind the scenes, so I apologize that the process seemed to be more, wasn't given to the board, but it certainly was not by any intent to try to circumvent the board in any level. Once we had the pricing done, and this is a little complicated because when you design a bar, and we have designed many bars, clubhouses, golf courses, we've been involved in many construction projects, both here for you in the township and at other facilities. And John, just to, I certainly would never, ever try to do this in any other way than we normally do, which the process is I reach out to the town manager, we set up a meeting, we discussed the final bar renovation that we were proposing. That was based, on a budget and some of the things that were able to be done in that space. And I'll get to some of the other drawings that we looked at, because we did look at other design options. Unfortunately, really, this is what we believe is the best option, both for ROI, both for maintaining the banquet and a la carte business that we have. A couple of the other options would have eliminated our ability to really use the room fully.
Mike, so before you, it's getting late, so we may not have to look at all that stuff. From a timeline perspective, I just want to understand, in terms of time between, obviously, you're spinning this concept through your head for some time.
Yeah.
So I'm just wondering when it hit paper, when it became reality and then shared with.
So again, concepts were out about a year ago, and then really, this is where I was getting to. The challenge with this is we have to price equipment, and pricing the equipment means you have to have a specific design, and we also need to give the Board of Health the design for them to approve first. So all of those things have to happen.
Understood.
In those order.
I just want, because I don't remember hearing this from a golf committee perspective. When did you present the design or design alternatives, or however you want to phrase it, to the golf committee and get input from them?
Concept drawings early on, but never, like these designs, no, we didn't. And honestly, Dan, to that point, doing this over many years in the town, we've always, a lot of conversations have been had over the years about capital. Certain things get done, certain things don't get done. It has always been my practice to kind of work with the town manager first, make sure they think this would be something to go to the board with, obviously, and get approval. So it wasn't a thing that we don't always go to the golf committee on a capital item. We obviously discuss them, have it on the budget, but getting into design and those things, no, it's not something that I would say.
And the reason I just want to make, you don't have to go to the golf committee necessarily with these things, but they advise us, so they might want to tell us something.
Yeah.
My main concern, and I'm not trying to get deep into this, but golf course, the buildings, everything is township asset. We own it. We're responsible for it. If it goes bad, we're the ones that are going to have a full room of people like tonight. We'll hear about it. We'll get all the emails, right? So when we hear that the bar was torn down, and we get this design that we hadn't vetted, and we heard some questions about who's going to, and I've gotten, since last meeting, we've gotten some clarification on who's doing the work and whether or not it's a separate company or part of yours. And
part of ours.
I know that's been clarified, I think.
It has.
But because we own it, like future projects absolutely have to come before the board much sooner to get
Sure,
input.
totally
alternatives.
understand.
Because it's not fair to the board, because we know if it doesn't happen now, it's going to have a very negative impact
Yeah.
on revenue at the golf course.
Yep.
And could cancel events, could put us potential litigation if people are upset that an event is canceled because something's not done in time. But it puts us in a spot where we have to make a decision on only a single item that we may or may not like, and where our hands are tied if we want to keep moving forward. So
Sure.
moving forward with anything, any township property where we're doing significant work, right? Or any work, really, we really, and not just poking at the golf course,
Sure.
for example, but
Yeah.
anything, we really need some runway, let's say,
Yeah.
before we get to the end and actually have to execute something.
Yeah, and I completely understand. I heard all the comments and certainly appreciate that. Again, there have been many projects we've done together over the years, and, you know, we've never had this situation. It wasn't something that I intended to do. I did share this with Dave, and I totally misunderstood and misread, I made the mistake. So I thought I had the go once I had the Board of Health approval, and I know Dave wanted to put this out in front of you, and that was my mistake.
Yeah.
So
Don't be afraid to overshare, brag, in some ways brag about what you're doing to us.
Sure,
So
sure.
that we're aware, and if
Yeah.
anyone has an issue, you're going to know about it right away. You're, okay, let's take a breather and address it.
Sure, absolutely.
Future focus then.
And I know it's a long night, but I just do want to, we did provide an overlay, which I think does help explain some of the reasons why this concept really is a good concept. John, you asked a lot of good questions, and I think all of those, I think Kevin did a good job addressing those, but having the two stations on the corners for the speed rails for each bartender. Our existing bar is a dead-end bar. It's an odd shape. It is very narrow, so really only one or two people can be back there. So this allowed us the most operational way to improve the operation, where we can flow behind the bartenders. We're not in the bartender's way if a server's running food or grabbing a draft and pulling food out. So it really does benefit what we're trying to do. It also, I'll skip all the other stuff, but these were the other concepts, just so you know. We did look at just the inexpensive, can we just straighten out the bar, do it? This is not a bad bar. It just, again, narrow, still didn't give us quite the ability to have the full turn options on the back side of the bar. So it didn't quite give us everything.
Just so it's clear, everyone watching at home, what you just showed is an alternative that you looked at that just wasn't working. Is that
correct?
That's not the proposal.
Not the proposal.
And just because it's on there,
Yep.
you know what I'm going to ask you.
Yeah.
This plan looks to be completed. My glasses aren't working this late. The hospitality company there.
Yeah, so John, let me explain the relationship. So I know that was confusing. Yeah. John has been an employee of Spirit Golf for 20 years. He and I have worked together for almost 30 years now. John also has his own company that he does do some consulting work in the hospitality area. But every job we've done at Makefield or at other facilities, we've done with him as labor, working for Spirit, and not just him, like Cameron and some of our other employees help in these processes. So when we've built things, when we did the kitchen, he was part of that process. When we did the silo bar, he was a part of that process. When we did the bathrooms, he was part of that process. So every piece of this, a lot of those jobs, he's been doing this. So we've done it this way with labor, just like we do the bunkers. Yeah. And we're very, very good at building bunkers, and we're very good at, I think, building bars and other pieces. So there is an experience level there of 30 years. Both John and I have done many projects over the years for multiple golf course owners and facilities.
Yeah, and just, I'm not trying to belabor this. The staff, you have obviously it sounds like they're very experienced.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any, for for a solicitor or a manager, are there any licensing requirements that we have for anyone doing construction projects on township property, like a GC or something else, just to?
So nothing specifically related to sort of general contracting work. Again, none of the work that's being shown that John is going to be involved in is structural, as I understand it, right?
Correct, yeah.
There is certain components of this project, plumbing components of the project, electrical components of the project, that they are bringing in licensed contractors to perform that work. And that work, again, ultimately, all of it will be permitted through, through the typical, process.
Correct.
But at this point, that's
Spirit employees, or are they outside contractors?
I'm sorry. The
Licensed-
electricians, licensed electricians and plumbers are outside contractors.
And do we have an obligation to?
No, the dollar thresholds associated with that work are well below the respective either quoting or bidding thresholds, yes. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, no, we understand the bid process, obviously, and getting quotes as such. So again, it was a little challenging, the fact that we had to get it done quickly, because we were working through January, February, March, and now here we are in March, so we got to really hustle. But we're prepared to get it done and go forward. We did just update the drawing for you, just so you could see the flow. I think some of these arrows might help you understand the flow a little bit better. I know there was a question on the right side where the door is. There's almost 3 feet there between the door and the sidebar. We did add handicapping requirements in here, so there is one spot for handicap accessible. And we did show where the additional tables and bar seats would be, because right now where these tables are, we have the snack areas and the 2 upright refrigerators. So it will increase some great seating and visual, they're right on the glass wall. So it'll be a nice area for folks to sit at. I'll skip all that. I know TVs came up, so we did pull some of the documents that we use, in this process, but 90 inches is the standard, 5 degrees is the standard for how you set up a TV on a bar. That's exactly where we have ours, so they're set up that way. It basically looks like that. You can see kind of the events we got. April 4th is our first. We got some events starting April 4th, so some of them are smaller, which is really helpful. A couple of the bigger ones are breakfast, and then the first one on 4/26 is the one we're really focused on, which may or may not be outdoors depending on the weather. So we do got some work ahead of us, but hopefully we can get this accomplished. I did just show, just so you know, I don't know if you kind of remember what the old TV wall used to look like. It was just basically, you used to have like one of those massive TVs in it. And this is what the work that was done, John and Cameron and the team building this. So the idea was to, obviously maintain the look and the feel across the bar so that these 2 pieces complement each other. All right. Just a picture of the side of the bar that was done, another bar that we've done. This is kind of what we're cleaning up right now. All that will go away, and that's where those chairs would be, so it'll be a really nice improvement. All that goes away as well. So try not to belabor it too much, but those were, I think, were the key items that.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we approve Makefield Highlands bar restoration.
I'll second before Suzanne does.
I believe the chair has to decide who got the official second.
That was quick.
Janelle, if you heard that, you can pick. I'll give it to Supervisor McCartney, I guess. Yes. Note that there's no space between the 2 seasons.
That's right.
Jeez. We'll get the next one, Susan. So we got a motion and a second. Any board comment? Any public comment? Come on up. Good hand up.
Yeah.
Can you just give us a timeline for when it will actually be completed?
It's a great question.
Needs his name and.
Oh, yeah, sorry, sir. I know you've come up before.
I'm sorry, James Mead, a Lower Makefield resident.
Thank you very much.
It's about 8 weeks was our estimate.
now?
Pretty close to now. We got probably a week worth of work in the demo, so probably a good 7 weeks, as long as,
How many of our projected current outings are going to be affected by no bar or an outside bar?
not too many, because we'll have the tent up on the 15th of April. So, you know, with the tent going up and being available,
I mean, the other thing of note, Mike, you might want to mention, there is a temporary bar facility there.
Yeah, I mean, we did put a bar service in, so it's not like, we had 15 tables tonight at one point, and, you know, when we left, we still had 10 tables, all being serviced out of the temporary bar, so.
Okay, I just happen to know that I have a couple friends that are going to be participating in currently coming up tournaments.
Good,
I know that
good.
one of their questions was being able to be indoors.
Yeah.
If it's raining, some of these guys are wimps. and
Oh,
they
yeah,
want to be
yeah.
Inside building, but I know they heat the tent, so it's okay. Thank you,
Yeah,
that was my
well,
question.
thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Anyone online? I don't see the red light on, so I think we're okay there. All right. I'll call to question. All those in favor? please say
Aye.
Aye.
Any, nope, yes, please say.
Aye.
There you go. For the record, Supervisor Ross and I are still sharing a microphone. Any opposed? I'm opposed on this one, so the motion carries 4-1. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you very much.
Mr. Kratzer. Item number 13, the manager's report.
Yes, Mr. Chair, members of the board, as was discussed at your last meeting, you know, the township has been working with HRG as a consulting engineer to update and modernize the township stormwater management ordinance. Again, both.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
JJ is on the line, I believe, in the event that the board has any questions prior to authorizing.
Oh, my gosh. Poor JJ. Can I ask?
So we have a motion and a second. Any board comment?
I got one thing. I promise.
Let me just say this.
Yeah.
As part of this process, a couple of meetings, maybe the last meeting, we had a presentation by HRG. Since that time, where we asked the both the EAC and the Planning Commission to review, provide comment, et cetera, give us a recommendation. On the Planning Commission liaison, the Planning Commission gave it a resounding recommendation to move forward. I'm not the EAC liaison, but they did participate in the advisory committee, so they also provided the recommendation to move forward with it. So I'm not going to go through the whole presentation, but feel free to ask JJ a question.
One simple question. I just want to make this straightforward for folks. Section 302 has a series of exemptions. Is there a way you could break them down in like 30 seconds to explain to folks who are probably still online watching this? I'm sure they are.
Jonathan's in the room.
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, he's the only one He's the only one left.
Yes.
There's no one watching on streaming?
2 viewers.
So, JJ, my question was on section 302 for exemptions. There's a whole process. Could you give the 30-second, depending on the type of development, there's a whole series of exemptions, right? So if you've got 0 to 1,000 square feet of alteration of earth, you're exempt in 3 of the 4 situations just for volume control, right?
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
So whenever there is, as you mentioned, 0 to 1,000 square feet of new impervious area, in accordance with the Local Act 167 plan, volume controls will still be required. However, the submission of a stormwater report, stormwater plan, and rate controls are exempt. Moving forward on that, if you install between 1,001 to 5,000 square feet of impervious area, you're required to submit a minor stormwater management permit, which includes volume controls and also the submission of a stormwater management plan. or as you will see in one of the appendices, the small site design worksheet, which residences themselves can complete. And then greater than 5,000 square feet of impervious area requires a major stormwater management permit, which requires the full volume and rate controls along with the stormwater management plan and report.
Okay, and the reason I asked, JJ, I went through and I read it again. I just wanted to make sure all that was clear. And we may have folks who are going to have questions down the road, although this time most people are out. But I wanted to just clarify. I want to thank you guys for your work. Normally, when I go through reports, I can find grammatical errors and typos, and it was darn near perfect, so I don't have anything, which shout out to you, and I do appreciate your work on this, and I'm learning a lot, so thank you.
Yeah, I think, and again, not to belabor this, just that discussion about exemptions, some of this is, again, dictated by local, not local, county-based 167 planning. So, JJ, I know initially there was essentially a look at the potential of 0 to 1,000 being essentially entirely exempt, right, on a cumulative basis, but that was non-permissible based on the county Act 167 plan. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Mm-hmm. Generally, the county's thresholds on items like that are lower than other counties in the state.
Yeah.
This county has lower thresholds on most of that. And if I could, again, JJ and your team, excellent work. I got to see it firsthand. Also, members of the Stormwater Management Ordinance Subcommittee, which I was a member of. We had a member from the EAC, a member from the Planning Commission, staff, all participated. Went through with a fine-tooth comb to check for those typos if they existed and for consistency. So, great work, and then thank you to this board for good questions during the process a few weeks ago, as well as, and then the EAC and the Planning Commission took the job seriously as we try to move this forward. So, looking forward to this vote tonight. Any other board comment, questions? Public comment or questions? So we can do this before midnight. I'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Oh, sorry.
Aye.
Awesome. Motion carries 5-0. All right. We're almost there, I swear. Item number 14, Solicitor's Report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will not belabor this. I just want to state the minutes should reflect that the supervisors present this evening did meet in executive session many hours ago prior to this meeting to discuss issues related to employment, real estate, and litigation. I will keep my report very short. We will make certain that the stormwater management ordinance is properly advertised. Next meeting, we're working on many projects related to various things, including Patterson Farm. We'll have a report for you at that time or soon after, and we will have the historic demo ordinance before you.
All right. Item 15, Supervisors' Reports. I think we've covered all the items that my committees. So I have no further comments this evening. Supervisor Lewis.
I'll pass.
All right. Supervisor Ross.
No report.
Supervisor McCartney.
I'll pass, thank you.
All right.
No report.
All right. Supervisor Blendy also has discussion items. Anyone want to have a midnight discussion about anything? All right. Other business? Appointments or reappointments at this time? Well, we're going to, for those watching at home, if you are still watching, we are going to start having interviews for several open committees. We have a nice list of resumes to go through that we'll start scheduling very soon. Whew. Why do we have this one on here tonight? Item 19 is additional public comment on non-agenda items, if needed. So, again, we know the drill. So as you approach, please state your name and whether or not you're a resident.
James Mead, resident of Lower Makefield. One last question. Lindenhurst Road, I know it's supposed to be repaved. Is it going to be a grind and a repave, or do we not know what they're going to do, and what's the timing?
So I can answer. Yeah, so Derek, Yeah. Derek's been on this issue, and if you don't mind, he can actually give that brief you while we.
This is our Public Works Director.
Yeah.
Derek said that, yes, it's going to be milled and repaved. He nodded his head, yes.
There you go.
There you go. Boom.
Save the trip, save the time.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, everybody.
All righty.
Any other comment? Sure? All right. With that, I don't want to use the gavel. This meeting is adjourned. Have a great evening and morning at this point.